Phil isn't here. Phil isn't here, right? Yeah, he should be here. But Fiona's present. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to RBKC's Licensing Subcommittee, and thank you for attending. I'm Counselor Janet Evans, and I will be chairing the meeting. I will be accompanied by Counselor Priti Hudd and Counselor Claire Simmons, and myself. We are joined by Fiona Johnson, who will be presenting for the Council's licensing team. And Paul Phelan, are you here? No.
Good morning,
Yes.
Chair. Paul Phelan, present.
Right, thank you. Our legal officer is Heidi Titcomb. Also with us is our committee officers Ann Wright and Gareth Ebenezer. Before we start the hearing, there are a few ground rules. Please keep your microphones on mute until you are invited to speak. And please make sure your mobile phones are on silent. When you speak into the microphone, please do it directly and don't look at anyone across the room, or just look straight ahead, because otherwise it won't carry. And we really want to hear what you have to say. The hearing is being live streamed, so please be aware of this when you speak. Thank you. The case before us is the review of a pub called the Pelican, which is situated at 45 All Saints Road. Mrs. Wright, can you please confirm that all parties have registered to speak are in attendance? And can you please let me know whether any additional persons have asked to speak?
Good morning. We haven't had any further requests to speak, but everybody that we expected to attend is here.
Thank you. I confirm that I have no declarations of interest to make regarding this case. Can my colleagues please advise whether they have any declarations to make? Councillor Hudd?
None, thank you.
Councillor Simmons?
No.
Thank you, colleagues. We have had a request for 30 minutes to speak. This was made by the applicant, was it?
Yes, Madam, it was made by Mr. Alan Thomas, who was the solicitor representing the applicant.
Thank you. And therefore, everyone will have a chance to speak for 30 minutes, so it's not prejudiced. The licensing officer, Fiona Johnson, will give a brief outline of the review application. Then I will ask the applicants for the review, Monique Akinbobola and Joanna Berridge, to present their case and call any witnesses they may wish to call. Then questions will be asked by members of the committee of the applicant. Then questions may be asked by the premises license holder of the applicants. Mr. Philip Richardson, on behalf of Environmental Health, will go next. Then questions will be asked by the members of the committee of Mr. Richardson. The premises license holder can ask any questions of Environmental Health. Melanie Adams of the Licensing Authority will then go next. Members will be able to ask Ms. Adams questions, followed by the premises license holder. Next, Councillor Benton, a supporter of the review, will go next. Members will be able to ask Councillor Benton questions, followed by the premises license holder. After this, Mr. James Rankin, on behalf of the premises license holder, will be able to respond to the review. He is accompanied by James Gummer, Director and Designated Premises Supervisor, and William Robinson, Legal Advisor. Members will be able to ask the premises questions, followed by the environmental health, the licensing authority, and the other supporter. Please note there is no summing up. You must make all your submissions during your submission slot. Mr. Thomas has asked for 30 minutes to present their case. As I mentioned, the committee will allow this and will grant each other party the same time. After this, we will ask our legal advisor, Heidi Titcomb, to deal with any questions she may have, for example, regarding the steps being suggested or possible conditions. Then finally, we will return to the governance team to see if any issues have been raised that we need to consider. The meeting will then end. I would like to recommend everyone that the committee has read the papers, which comprise the main pack and the additional submissions that have been circulated to the parties. So there is no need to repeat their content, but please do draw our attention to certain points and pages. Let's get going. Ms. Johnson, can you please outline the case for us and advise if there has been any additional documentation received?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. As mentioned earlier, we have before us today an application for a review of the premises licence for the Pelican, which is situated at 45 All Saints Road, W11 1HE. The application to review the premises licence has been made by Monique Mako Akimbobola and other local residents on the grounds of the prevention of public nuisance and public safety. Applicants for review of a premises licence are required to give notice of the application to each responsible authority and to the holder of the premises licence. I can confirm that this was done. I can also confirm that the licensing authority has complied with the advertising requirements. The Pelican is a public house, and a copy of the existing premises licence can be found at Appendix A, pages 9 to 14 of the main bundle. The application for the review can be found at Appendix B of the main bundle. The review is supported by two responsible authorities, Noise and Nuisance and the Licensing Authority. Summaries of these representations can be found on pages 3 and 4 of the main bundle, whereas the full representations can be found at Appendix C and Appendix D respectively. There have also been two additional letters of support from Councillor Toby Benton, Ward Councillor, and Mr. Szymanski. Copies of their representations in support of the review can be found at Appendix E. The Licensing Authority has also received one letter in support of the premises from a Mr. Jamie Genovese. This representation can be found at Appendix F. The Planning Department has confirmed that the premises is operating within the parameters of what it has consent for, and a copy of their comments can be found at Appendix G. 33 complaints have been received by teams within environmental health. This includes licensing, noise, health and safety, trading standards, and the food team since December 2021. These complaints can be found at Appendix H. In determining the application, the committee must have regard to the representations and take such of the steps as it considers appropriate, and the steps themselves are outlined on page 7 of the main committee bundle. Since the initial circulation of the committee report, a number of documents have been circulated, and if it's okay with you, Chair, I'd just like to check that all parties have received the documents. So the first document was circulated on the 11th of May 2023, and these are submissions by the operators. Is everyone? Okay. On the 12th of May, another document was circulated, and this includes photographs produced by the applicant. And the front page looks like this. Following on from there, on the 15th of May, we received a document from the Noise and Nuisance team, which was further submissions. And the last document is a document from the operators, and it includes a supplementary witness statement from Mr. Gummer. And I just want to clarify one more thing. I think, Chair, at the beginning you asked if there was any more parties that wished to speak. I believe the Licensing Authority does have a colleague on hand to speak with Miss Adam if need be. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you, Chair.
That's fine. Yes, the solicitor, Heidi, would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Johnson, you confirm that the applicants, there are a number of applicants. Could you just confirm how many there are? Because it's, the form is slightly unclear.
I'll just consult with a colleague. I think we managed to put the number down to 9, but Miss McCow is here. She may have a different number to us, but we were only able to interpret it 9.
That's very helpful, thank you. And just one further point. In the conditions, on its condition 26 on page 18 of the main bundle, it says that the designated smoking area is on a plan which was submitted in 2014. Can you confirm whether that's on the All Saints Road side and whether that plan has been submitted?
A plan was submitted by previous operators back in 2014, and we're currently checking to see whether the designated smoking area is identified on there. Officers do believe the smoking area was on All Saints Road, but we'll check the plan too, and I'll confirm later.
Can you tell me how, you said there were 76 complaints?
33, Madam.
Oh, 33, sorry. And can you give us the time frame?
It was between December 2021, and I think the last complaint in time for this report was the 23rd of April. Sorry, 16th of April 2023.
I see. And officers attended?
Not on all occasions.
Okay, thank you. I will ask the applicants for the review, Monique Akinbobola and Joanna Berridge, to present your case, please, and call any witnesses that you wish.
Hi there, nobody hear me? Yeah. So I live at in a property that directly faces the Pelican. My bedroom and my sitting room windows overlook directly on All Saints Road. And we understand that there will be a certain amount of noise from a pub, but the level that we've had has meant that our homes that are directly next to it, mine and Monique's and several other of my neighbours.
Sorry, could you speak into the mic, please?
Our homes are not peaceful places. When I enter my home on a summer's day, if there's up to 150 people on this pavement sometimes, it's like a wall of sound in my sitting room and bedroom. And from what I understand, the people that have put in supporting statements are not, do not live adjacent to the property. They live some distance away. Since the court papers have gone out, there's definitely been a reduction in noise, but obviously we're very concerned as we head into summer and there's more drinking outside on the pavement, that we're going to have a repeat of what happened last year. There's several points that I'd like to address. The first one is the late licence in a residential area. The licence as it stands is up to midnight, with crowds leaving at 12:30, which means that there's often people outside still until 12:45 and 1 o'clock. And rubbish is also being placed outside up until sort of 1:15 maybe. This is rubbish that contains glass bottles, and it's being it has now been moved into storage boxes, which are continuously banged closed throughout from around 12:30 till 1:15 in the morning. Previously, it was refuse collections, and the vans would pull up anywhere between 12:30 and 1:30 and would be loaded with glass bottles, and then there would be the compactor that would be activated, which would create incredibly extreme noise. I believe it's been submitted that if you were sleeping, it would wake you up. There was no way to sleep through that, through the compactor sound from the vehicles. And like I say, now we have the boxes that have been installed. We have slamming of those for about half an hour. The customers leave from 12:30, and I understand that the security has been is required to be there until 12:30. But even last night, there were loud customers speaking up until 12:45, and the security were not outside because their requirements end at 12:30, so they're not out actually as the dispersal continues. And I can see that the security are trying, but it's probably very hard for them to manage drunken patrons who have incredibly loud voices. It's like they're in my bedroom with me, sitting on the bed. It's also, I believe, stated in the document that it will be monitored after 11 at intervals. Within those periods between it being monitored, the noise escalates until it's at a level where they can hear it inside the pub, and then it's reacted to. So by that point, with the doors closed of the pub, the noise is not managed effectively. The next point is the smoking. So up to 10 people smoking in a residential street where the buildings create a reverberation of noise. It's a lot. 10 people is incredibly loud. And it's been proposed, it was on Tavistock, which caused the tenants of Tavistock discomfort. It's now, in the past 2 weeks, been moved to All Saints Road, and it's proposed to stay there. But that like I said, the buildings, the way that the noise echoes across off the buildings is pretty unbearable. There has been, from when I believe operations went into full effect last April and throughout the summer, there was so many customers that they spilled off of the pavement onto the road, creating hazards for drivers like myself, or for pedestrians who have to enter the road to curb the crowds, and also for the customers as well, spilling over onto the road. And I believe there's legislations against blocking highways that definitely have not been adhered to, and this has been ongoing up until a few weeks ago, where there was still people spilling off. And I know that the security again are trying to control it, but with the volume of people, I think it's unmanageable. The noise has been so extreme at night that I've had to, last year, sleep with earplugs in, which as a local member of the community and resident, we're obviously very disturbed by the idea of fires, like everybody would be, but particularly in this borough due to Grenfell. So the anxiety that it actually caused having to sleep with earplugs, and then the idea also against intruders. That's a very vulnerable state to be in at night, trying to get to sleep. So I have two choices during the summer months: to keep my windows closed, which is during the heat wave last year was unbearable, or wait until the noise has died down, which can be up till 1 o'clock. I work early the next day, so that's not tenable, and or wear earplugs, which I've stated is anxiety inducing. We've had 2 neighbours who have moved because of the noise, including the tenant that lives directly above the pub. And from what I understand, that flat, or what I can see from my house, is that flat has not been relet, and I would suppose that's probably due to the fact that the noise would be unbearable for anybody living in the top floor flat of the pub. I might be wrong on that, but that would be my deduction. It's stated that the previous pubs were badly managed, and that's why they closed, including the Italian Job that was the previous. But from what I understand, the Italian Job was one of the local businesses that did not make it through the pandemic and was not able to afford the closures, so had to shut down as a result from the lack of trade over the lockdown period. The late license was not granted to them. They had an 11 o'clock close, and I don't believe that the late license has been granted to any prior establishment that's been there. It seems to be a new thing that that it's extended to 12 o'clock. That could be understandable at the weekends, but a weekday 12 o'clock close seems to me illogical in a residential area. I think that's probably all I have to say. But thank you for listening. I'll pass over to Monique.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joanna, could you turn off your mic, please?
Yes, of course.
And we give the floor to Monique Akinbabola.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Monique Akinbabola, and I have decided basically going through so many experience regarding noise, living on Tavistock Road because of the Pelican to, review their license. Interestingly, at the beginning, I wasn't really looking at it because, as James stated in his
We need you to speak more clearly.
Is that better?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you very much.
Undoubtedly, I basically wanted to give James the benefit of the doubt. However, if you play the video, because I know the document was sent out, but there are videos in there that evidently provide evidence. And when I provided evidence on the 21st of April to the licensing team, I had no choice but to put it on an SD card. The evidence is so vast. There's recordings of so many issues, which I have understood at the time. I had 10 minutes to provide evidence with. And if there is any information, for example, that the members would like to get more information or more evidence regarding this, I'm happy to provide. I have hours of footage, months of footage from last year on my phone. I have decided to purchase a video camera as well because it really helps provide that evidence. One of my points here is just trying to get James to understand that as much as you want to, run a successful pub, it shouldn't be, based on the factors that you create so much noise and nuisance and public safety to residents in the immediate area. I have several points I would like to raise here based on his witness statement. In point 4, he basically stated that based on the 33 complaints, that none of them require any action or none of them were any noise. The noise team obviously is quite a busy team. Sometimes their team is very small. When you make a call to the noise team, they don't always show up right away because they have other matters as well to deal with. So sometime by the time they come on site, the noise has stopped. However, I think the noise team was trying to give James the benefit of the doubt, although they have warned him on numerous occasions that he should try and consider putting measures in place to reduce the noise and public safety. And that's something he have not adhered to at all. Another point I would like to make as well is I contacted James on 2 occasions after the residents' meeting on the 6th of February, and he provided his number to me. Basically, his number is on the licensing document, which you can find online. And on 2 occasions, there was no change. I spoke to him about antisocial behavior regarding his staff, and he said he weren't aware of that, but then he stated that he's always on site, which now I guess he probably is, given since the review is being put in place. Another issue I would like to raise is the engagements of residents. As I said in my statement, the behavior of James and his management team as if he is doing us a favor and not adhering to the conditions within his license. He stated that basically that there were plenty of people regarding the public pavement. And one of the things I keenly heard, basically he said, I guess now he's changing his word, as he had to lock those from people carrying drinks outside. James have 3 exits. He have 2 single doors and 1 double door. Based on the fire safety regulations, once you have certain door exit, obviously your capacity within your property, you can have more people. However, if one of those exits are blocked, which is the one, I think there's a table in front of the one that's on the rear end of Tavistock Road, you discount 1. So initially, James only have 1 exit if that pub is full, which it often is. And based on that, I made it very clear to him that if there's a fire in a situation, because I live directly next to the pub between 39A, I said to him there would be an issue with this. Again, it was ignored. The design and the layout that was provided to you, I think, in the first notice license hearing, it showed that there are 3 exits, but it showed that there was a barrier. There's no barrier, it's actually a table. If you walk on the side of the road, you can see that table blocking that exit. So if you're pointing out 3 exits, initially, as a worst-case scenario, legislation required that you discount 1, leaving him to have 2. But if you're locking the other door on All Saints Road, which you said locked, to stop people from going out with beers in their hands after 9 o'clock, that didn't happen. So my point is here, as much as you would like to state that the statement that you have provided in here is to your knowledge, truth, it is not. There is multiple evidence I have provided. There is still multiple evidence that I would happily willing to provide if the members of the committee would have me to do that. Another issue I would like to raise is he spoke about the kegs, and I know Philip Richardson mentioned it as well, that he thought that it was resolved. On the 6th of February, we had a meeting. My neighbor upstairs discussed with him how the kegs are quite loud, they're banging, and during February time, it was very cold. So as they stacked them together, they got stuck. And James staff decided to hit it against the concrete flooring, concrete ground, that vibrates 3 properties down. So when I flagged that, regardless of the time it was happening, whether it was in the morning, afternoon, or after 12, it happened constantly. On the 6th of February, he had about a week or 2, he removed all of the kegs. On the 18th of February, 3 was returned. And I have evidence of that. On the 21st of March, another 20 returned. So if the kegs is resolved, and there's a sign that says no kegs, and you are on your premises every day, I am expecting that you would ask your manager or your team to have it removed, because that is what you promised resident. However, that did not happen. Up until 3 days ago, 3 pressurized tanks were still there. As I came home yesterday, 2 days ago, they were removed. So again, it's only because we are raising these issues is all of a sudden he has been taking some form of action. In his conclusion, he regarded to have some form of understanding that he is a successful pub. And as I say, I don't debate that. It is the first gastropub. As you are aware, gastropub is quite a very upcoming thing in the last 10 to 15 years. And there are many of them around the borough. What I want to make clear is that regardless of how successful you are, it seems like the greed has overcome when it comes to trying your best not to overcrowd the pavement. So overcrowding the pavement shows that you are not really taking into consideration how many times we have raised this with him. It also shows that on multiple occasions that you could have stopped serving drinks, but instead you had people queuing outside, and there's evidence and there's footage of that. Delivery supposed to be between 7 and 11, if I'm not mistaken, 7 in the morning to I think 11 or 6 in the afternoon. His vans turn up at 5:57. As in the footage that I sent the video, you can clearly see the time and the date on that. There's another picture again at 6 or 7, and there are about 6 to 7 deliveries that happen within that morning. So if you're trying to get sleep, or if you go to sleep late at night because of bins being banging, you wake up to a 5:57 trucks unloading food or whatever, and then it goes into 7 in the morning, 8, and then 9, and so on and so on. As much as how the property is located, we have tried basically to not probably sleep in the front room, my husband and I, and move to the back room. But because James' office as well is in the back room, and the partition, the concrete the partition basically that divides my premises and James' premises regarding where he stores his food or chairs and tables and where the office is used as well, that wall, anything that hits that wall, anything that hits the ground can be heard throughout my bedroom and my bathroom. Because of the properties within Tavistock Road and All Saints Road, many of them, the windows are not triple glazed, they're not double glazed. There are 4 residents here, everything. And since the pub has opened up and they have been granted tables and chairs, doesn't matter what time of the day is, you can hear everything. It's as if there's a party block, it's as if there's hundreds of people in my living room, in my bedroom with me. Whether if you try to go sleep early in the evening, you get woken up by people standing in front of your window, telephone conversations with a glass of beer in your hand. So as much as we, James want to state that he has done some form of action, it is still happening. Last night at 12:43, again, bins was dropped in, it was slammed. It's almost as if it's being done spitefully, because you are aware that we have complained on multiple occasions. It has been a year and still it is going on. Another point I would like to raise with the Pelican as well is your security staff. Your security staff, as much as they want to try their best and support you as a business, obviously they do want to keep their job. And the clientele, based on what you have mentioned and based on some of your supporters mentioned, the high-end clientele or the conservative clientele that you provide, obviously your security team would not want to be too forceful or trying to implement certain things. There is a way to do stuff, but obviously when you are asking people to be quiet and they are intoxicated, there is a problem. Another thing as well is your security staff often park their car in the front of my bedroom window. Their music on. I had to come out on several occasions and ask them to turn off their music. Thank you very much. That's the points I would like to make.
You referred to videos, so perhaps now is the time that the video should be shown. Yeah. If you wanted to say anything whilst these pictures are being shown, please feel free to do so.
Sorry, you've got 2 barrels there. That's time. That's just a picture of, his Instagram area. That's the crowd on All Saints Road. And as you can see, it comes around the bank of Tavistock Road. People are on the street. That's another angle of it as well.
Can I ask you, when was that taken?
These were taken last summer. They were taken last summer
Can
at
you
the end
give
of the
us a
summer.
specific date?
Well, I could find it.
That's the gate that I spoke about. Again, it keeps coming off its hinges. There are a lot of tourists, as you're aware, Portobello Road is further down the road, and there's a lot of tourists, there are a lot of ladies in the morning, you know, mothers that come with their pram. If that continued to be like that and there's a high wind, given that the gate is open and no longer shut, it would buckle and it would fall right into the sidewalk. I have asked him to fix it. I've asked the licensing team as well to speak to him, and he stated that he will not fix it. Because of this, his gate is pulling my gate towards its latch, so it no longer can latch. So when people come in, standing there, sometimes you can see people going to try and use my basement level as a toilet area with their bears in their hand as well. I've asked him to fix it.
Thank
he
you.
chose
Could
not
I get
to.
an answer from Joanna Berridge, please?
Yes, they were taken on the 25th of May last year.
The 25th of May?
Yes. But I haven't submitted them because they were just taken last week, but I do have pictures from last week where...
Yeah, it's very important because it puts it in a context.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, that was a bank holiday, am I correct?
The 25th of May?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Can someone confirm whether that was a
I
bank
can have a
holiday or
look.
not?
Let me have a look.
The problem with the footage, as I said, on the 21st, I provide a SD card. Melanie and Colin
Could
is...
you let her finish, please? We're on a different point. Thank you. What day was that, the 25th
The
of May?
25th of May is not down in my Google Calendar as a bank holiday.
Yes,
It was a Wednesday.
was a Wednesday. And you're saying that was during the day, or?
Sorry, that would have been the weekend before. The
So that was
25th.
taken the
That
weekend
was
before?
they were taken on a weekend, yes, and then
On
they
a-
were sent to me by my neighbour on the 25th of May.
So the pictures were actually taken on the weekend?
They would have been taken on the weekend of the 21st if I received them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have the video where you say the noise? It shows the noise. Which ones are they?
I think if you continue playing, there is one that was happening during the day, because it's quite, as I said, there's multiple footage. That one was from 5. That's my bedroom, upstairs living room. That's the incident that happened to my husband due to oil being spilled from the Pelican, and he slipped. That's the kegs being placed.
How do you know that was from the Pelican, the oil? Did you see it come out of something, or?
Definitely, that's my property. I live right now, so I can see every single thing from there as well.
Okay.
So that's a video I took inside of my living room, so you can hear it from inside my living room and my bedroom.
And what time of day was that?
That was probably around, I think, between 5 and 6. I can, as I said, because of the footage, it's a lot of footage. I'm happy to provide the dates to you.
I think it's very important. And where were you taking this video from?
I was walking coming down from work, and I took the video walking coming down.
So you were walking through the...
I was walking coming down from Westbourne Park Station. I come out to Westbourne Park Station, and I walked down to Tavistock Road into my flat. And that's the video that I took of the crowd. And as you can see from walking down, it's all St. Luke's Road. You can hear the noise. So if you can hear that from St. Luke's Road, you certainly can hear it inside of my flat.
Right, and you said that you do not have double glazing?
No, majority of the properties around there are not double glazed or triple glazed.
Okay. Now, for Joanna Berridge, can you tell me, you mentioned you saw 150 people outside. When was that?
That would have been last summer, the pictures that were submitted of the 21st of May. So at the beginning of, when the license was first granted, I have pictures probably of about 70 people outside the pub.
70, not 150?
No, I have pictures of about 70 from 2 weeks ago.
Right.
From the end of April.
But to say that there was 150
There
without any proof?
There was at least 150. If you see the pictures where it was spilling over onto the road. I mean, obviously I didn't count the numbers. But
Okay.
if the whole of the pavement in front of us, which is a double pavement, because it has the wide pavement where some businesses have seating, and then it has an extra bit where there's a bike park, and it spills onto the bike park, onto the pavement, and then all around the building onto Tavistock. There's seating for what I believe was about 25 people. Those were full, and the whole of the around the seatings as well, which were bench. It was a bench system with incredibly long benches that went the whole of sort of 2 or 3 parking bays, I believe. I'm sorry, I'm not exactly
Right.
sure. But I would say there was at least 150 people. And you can see from the pictures that you showed where they were spilling over on from the weekend of the 21st that there was that many people.
Okay, we're just trying to establish,
Of course.
I know the emotions are running high, so we are trying to establish fact
Yeah,
that we
absolutely.
can help balance between
Yeah.
the two parties. So we prefer not to deal with speculation.
That's
And
fine.
assumption and presumption. We
Yeah.
want facts.
Well,
So
the facts are that the double pavement on one side and the single pavement were entirely congested to the point where people are flowing over onto the street, and it's a dense crowd. So without knowing the numbers, for that denser crowd, I would have presumed it was well over 40, as has been stated that it should be.
Okay, and how long have you both lived there?
I've lived there since December 2018.
2018. And Monique Akinbobola?
I've lived there since 2014. However, my husband been living in that area over 40 years.
Okay.
Miss Monique, how does it affect your life when you hear all these the noise?
Tremendously. I am a health and safety practitioner, and I advise directors on my workplace and having to focus on what legislation is and providing the right advice on the health and safety legislation is very difficult when you haven't gotten sleep. Working from Monday to Friday and thinking you can come home on the weekend and have a little nap in your living room, it's not possible. Not only is it not possible because of the pub, but no, it's not possible because 39A is also being occupied by James and his staff. And whenever I move into the back room, because my room is in the front room, but I have a second room at the back, his office is at the back as well. So you often hear laughter and giggles because sometimes the window is open, etc. And time to time I work from home. And during my team's meeting, can hear certain laughter and conversations as well. And I know during the summertime, my door would be open at the back. And there's footage that you can see of the lady from, I think it was his cleaner. You can see footage from my kitchen window. James and Melanie was in my kitchen, and you can see full on his team, you know, from my kitchen window.
Thank you. And it's your evidence, is it, that you have both tried to raise these queries directly with the premises and also the council?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you feel the response? What response did you get from them?
I haven't gotten any response. James' manager, on a number of occasions, I went out to her. There is a video that I didn't provide. I had a conversation with her regarding the kegs, but the next day, again, they were still placed there after 11 o'clock. And as I said, during the residents' meeting, instead of James try to listen to what was actually happening, take notes, that was not the case. His supporters were so loud and so against the idea of us even probably being there or making our complaints that the resident meeting ended very abruptly. Melanie and Colin advised me at the end to talk to him again directly, which I did at the end of the resident meeting. We stood in his 39A, where his office and his storage area is being used, and at the time the noise team Ade was present as well regarding the door closure. I think that was also raised. The door closure has not been sorted, and the noise team made it very clear to him that if he don't sort it out, that obviously he can lose his license, and it has not been sorted out. I pointed out the gate as well on the 6th of February. That still has not been sorted out. His staff smoking in the area where, as I said, my bedroom and my living room is. The smoke, you can smell it coming in. His staff on their phone in that area after hours as well. If you would love footage of it, as I said, I am happy to provide footage of all of my evidence. Because as you said, I'm not the type to speculate, given my professional background. I deal with facts, because that's exactly what you need to present in court when it comes to health and safety.
Thank you.
Could I just add something? That I was dealing with environmental health when last May, and we went back and forth for a few months. And at the end, the environmental health officer said to me, I think you need to contact your local councillor because there's nothing more I can do about this. And he recognised that there'd been, I'd sent you, those were submitted, my communications with the environmental health officer. And he just basically said, sorry, I'm going to say, make my own conjecture on it, but he basically said his hands were tied and I should speak to my local councillor about it.
Committee, any questions?
Thank you, Chair. One of you mentioned that you had, you saw people sort of loitering at, in the early hours of the morning. So how can you tell that those, using the word loiterers, were necessarily customers from the Pelican and not just passers-by?
Last night at 12:45, there were two young men, probably in their early 20s, having incredibly loud conversation outside my house with the security inside because their contract finishes at 12:30. And another group exited the pub, stopped and spoke to them, and they knew them, said, we'll see you tomorrow, and carried on up the road. And I'd already heard the door from the pub close before the loud voices of the two members that were out there. So I am positive that those people came from the pub. The one they were waiting for an Uber.
Okay, thank you.
May I just add to what she said? Based on the footage, you can see that people walk from the left side of the road back onto the right side of the road. James as well have a camera. There are particular dates that I have written down that his camera on both sides of Tavistock and All Saints Road would pick up, including the incident of my husband slipping on the oil that's on All Saints Road. So if you also would like footage, James, part of his premises license, that he should hold records, footage up until a certain amount of months. So he can provide evidence as well that you can see people who have left the pub. Sometimes they have drinks in their hand last summer as well, going from into the Tavistock Garden area, going back onto All Saints Road. And as well, as I said, the video, you can see his team as well wear like a uniform jacket. I think it's a bit brown or beige color. And you can identify that that's his team walking from one side to the other as well as they talk with certain people from the Pelican or, you know, other staff.
Thank you. Sorry, one other question. Would you say that since the dates and the list of complaints that you have in the submission, would you say that the behavior, the external controls have improved substantially since 2022?
I would say in the last 3 weeks since these papers went out, there's been a lot more management of
Only
noise.
the last 3 weeks?
Yes, and if it was at the level that it's been for the last 3 weeks, it's almost acceptable apart from the banging of the bins. And I obviously am not adjacent to the
Sorry,
office.
could you please repeat?
I'm not adjacent to the office and the kegs, but from my point of view on All Saints Road, there's two main points, which is the disposal of rubbish, the throwing of the bottles into the bins and then them being slammed shut, which could be fitted with a soft close and then pull in more gently. And the other thing is the dispersal of customers and security being there past closing time at 12:30 so that they can be moved on. But yes, it got considerably better since the court papers went out.
Okay, and you have some footage if you needed to proof of that. There's only the last 3 weeks that matters have improved.
I've got some footage of that. I don't, unfortunately, take footage of when it's quiet. That's
No,
just,
of course, of course.
But yes, I do have footage of it. There's definitely less crowds, and they've controlled the amount of drinkers out onto the streets. Even the weekend was very impressive, just gone. But I also, I understand that we should communicate with James directly, but I have a concern for doing that. I'm happy to do that. I rang the pub at the beginning of the week and said, there's people outside and it's very loud. Would you mind dealing with it? And they did deal with it within 10 minutes. But we don't have a record as such if we're going directly to the license holder. If we go through the council, it's horrible to have to take that extreme steps, and it's not at all a personal vendetta against James or anybody else who runs the pub. But it does, if we go directly, then we don't have the same, when it increases, we don't have the same evidence as if we go to the local authority. And it should be the local authority's jobs anyway to do that as well, in collaboration with the proprietor.
No, I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Akinbabola, can you tell us, please, would you agree with that assessment that the situation has improved in the last 3 weeks?
I can't really say if it has improved. It all depends on the level of people that attend the pub. It could be at the time that, because of the weather, to be honest with you, because of the weather, I mean, may obviously, several of us is probably saying, you know, we're going to have a late summer. But if it was sun up last week and this week, I can guarantee you that it would have been quite a crowd out there. There was rain as well last week. The issues of he stated that he's moved his locker from 39A into the cellar. So why is my camera seeing 6 to 3 people going in with their aprons and coming back out with their bag? If you are going to work and your locker is where you will put your bag and your personal belongings, if you have moved it and there's where the staff should collect their belongings, why up until last night my camera stated that people has left from there with their bags on their back, but going in empty-handed but coming out full-handed. So I don't know what improvement there is. Again, there has been intermittent certain evidence because it all depends on how busy the pub is. Some days it's quite quiet because it's raining, it's drizzling, no one is going to come outside. So there's no full evidence to say that they have improved. My camera states that the bin issue is still a problem. He stated that he would sort it out, but I'm not sure if you're either waiting for the committee members to state that this action should be enforced, or are you going to take measures now? As much as he has stated it, he still haven't taken any action. There's no improvement, and I don't think as a business person, you need to wait for members of a committee to say to you, well, this is what's going to be in your conditions, because this is what you stated. You should have started doing that from the moment the review was put in, and that has not happened.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, we'll call on Mr. Philip Richardson on behalf of Environmental Health.
Good morning, Chair. As you said earlier, you've read my submissions, so I'll not take too much time. I haven't got a lot extra to put into this. Obviously, we've seen the pictures and the videos earlier of the external, the amount of people in the external areas, obviously drinking and enjoying what is a local pub.
Can you move closer to the microphone, please?
Is that better? Yes, so you see a number of people, a large amount of people, enjoying a local pub. And what I would say is that obviously there needs to be clear and sufficient external management of the premises, and as such, in my submissions, I've made recommendations to suitable conditions that, should you be minded to you could add to the licence to ensure this could happen. The only thing other thing I'd like to say is with regard to coming back to the points of the bin stall, or the new bin stalls for the bottles and things like that. That was arranged through the council, I believe, by my colleague Aegon Hadri. I wasn't aware that they are banging, but I can raise that with our waste team and with the premises, and we can get something done about that. As you said, like a soft close or rubber gaskets, we can look to get that something done, but I was unaware of that until today. I've made a note of it, and I can get on with that this afternoon. But as I say, I've got nothing much more to add to my submissions, and I think it could work if there was clear and suitable external management secured by condition that would be enforceable as well. I don't have anything else to say, to be honest. I'm happy to take it.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Have you met, and can you tell us the results of your meeting with the designated premises supervisor, please?
Unfortunately, Chair, I wasn't able to attend that meeting, but Mr. Akude, to my side, attended that meeting, so he will be able to advise.
Excellent.
During the meeting, it was quite a peaceful meeting with the residents and the
Please speak into the mic.
it was quite a peaceful meeting with the licensee and the residents. During the meeting, it was the entire issues were discussed, and the licensee was positive going forward that there will be some improvements, and it was agreed that that improvement will be made. And since then, we haven't had much concerns, and the residents were invited to lay their concerns to the licensee. And several of them were supportive, a few weren't. So in terms of the issue with the gate, it was raised on that date, and I did discuss with the licensee, and he said that he will get the gate sorted. That was done. I was informed that it was sorted after a few days, but unfortunately it was still a problem as Bimbola said. But we haven't had any further issue after that meeting.
Can you tell us the date of the meetings, please?
The 16th of February. The 6th of February. The 6th of February.
6th of February,
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
And who was at the meeting?
The residents, a few of the residents were at the meeting, and
Please speak into the mic.
a few of the residents were at the meeting, and Abimbola was at the meeting as well. Myself, Colin, and Miss Adam were at the meeting as well. Several of the residents were in support of the activity of the pub. However, during that meeting, we become aware that some of the residents supporting the club did not live in proximity to the club. They live further away, so they were not affected much by the noise and disturbances. Those that were affected were Abimbola, that's correct, and some other residents. Many people supporting the club were not really living around the locality. So that's what we understood that during the meeting.
Sorry, our solicitor said she's not clear if the applicants were there.
Yes, they were there, yes.
They were, you were there.
Can I? Yes, we were there. He did attend. Melanie, Colin, myself, my neighbor upstairs, Steve was there, including Sophie. Ashley was there as well. James took our contact details, stated that he would contact those in the immediate area that's been affected. Again, up until today, this morning, that has still not been done.
Right, and you had a meeting in February.
That was the Tavistock Road people. Also, several residents of All Saints House were there as well.
Right.
Raising their concerns. Both myself and Joanna, who's at the back as well, were there.
So would you describe the meeting as positive?
Yes, it did.
Wait, I will ask in a minute. Yes. And would you agree that the meeting was positive?
I think if the points had been actioned, it would have been positive. Definitely, there was moments that were heated, and both sides were taken into account. But there was no aggression. It was a positive meeting. But since then, a lot of the issues have been ongoing, and the things that have been rectified have created new issues as well. So I think that any changes that are brought in should be consulted with local residents rather than sort of this trial and error point.
Just to clarify legally, the way licensing works, unfortunately, this committee has to decide what actions to take.
Yeah.
And it has to be precise as to what conditions it puts on the license.
Of course.
So consultation with the residents, you've been consulted as part of this application, but I think there's a limit to that. So I just wanted to make it clear. It's not that it's deliberate, it's just that we have to act within the legislation.
Yeah, it would be an incredibly timely process, obviously, if you're doing that. One thing I'd like to add as well is that at the meeting, we were told by the local authority that there was a historic late licence on the premises, and that's absolutely not the case. Or if it was granted, it was never acted on, and they always closed at 11. I've spoken to my neighbours who have been in the property since it was built in the 1960s, and no pub has ever had a late licence in that property, no leaseholder. Thank you.
To be honest, I think maybe they chose not to use it, just because they didn't stay open past 11.
Absolutely, and that was
Yeah.
incredibly respectful of them.
Yes,
for the
especially-
local community in such a residential area. It's not a thoroughfare, that end of All Saints Road. It is a residential area. There's an estate agent next to it, and then there's several doors next to it. Are all residential until you get to the tin shed and a few other properties that are food, that are restaurants or sort of antique shops, a gemstone shop. It's a very quiet residential street, that end.
One moment, please. Yes, Anne?
Sorry, Chair, just as a matter of procedure, I just wanted to note that we haven't yet had the premises being able to ask questions.
We're just going to that.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Excellent. Members, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Of environment, please.
Yes, that's correct. I just wanted to check that I'd understood correctly what you said about the meeting on the 6th of Feb. You mentioned that the gate was raised and that a commitment was agreed that it would be fixed. And what I understood was that you had been told it was fixed. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. Yes.
And who told you it was fixed?
I did discuss with the I think the owner of the premises during that night, and he showed me the gate and the steps that should be taken to fix the gate. It's an easy fix. Only you need just to put a soft closer.
Yeah.
So that was actioned.
Sorry, just to correct him.
It's the gate.
Just to correct him, regarding the door, that was the self-closer. That was not sorted. Regarding the gate, that was the hinges that you saw in the picture that's recently been taken. You can walk along the road later tonight or next week, because I can guarantee it wouldn't be fixed. You can see it. It's still not sorted. There is evidence within my footage, the way the gate used to be. When it shuts together. Now it overlaps because it has been pulled and tugged so many times, and it's connected to my gate. So it pulls my gate from being latched. That has not been fixed. So there's two things: the soft closer of the door of 39A and the gate entrance of 39A. Is that clear?
Thank you very much. That's what I had understood we were talking about, was the gate rather than the soft closer.
You're welcome.
And is that correct, what we've understood?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
So what I want to clarify is that now fixed?
No.
And have you been told that it was fixed?
Because we haven't received any further complaint about the gate, so we assume that it has been fixed.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add, 33 complaints is quite a lot for a year or even half of a year.
I'm sorry, you've had your turn already.
Oh, so I was just trying to make the lady point on the...
Yeah, but we're
okay.
now talking to the environmental health. We gave you half an hour each.
Oh, no, that's all.
I think
that's
let's
fine.
be fair
That's okay,
here,
thank you. I was just
okay?
referring to her question. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we're going to have... Yeah, that's what I said. Would you like to ask questions of the environmental health?
You're kind, madam, but no, I won't.
Our solicitor, Heidi Titcomb, will be asking. And feel free, I'm very sorry to say this, we're having trouble understanding, and perhaps you can clarify, okay? Because we really want to get this right.
And Mr. Richardson, you've asked for two conditions. You suggested that if the committee were minded, they should attach 2 conditions, and one is a dispersal and external management plan, and as part of that condition, you've asked that the premises licence holder must at all times comply with that plan. That hasn't been agreed by the premises. You'll see they dispute that they should have to comply with the plan. What's your response to that?
My response to that would be, what is the point in having the plan if you're not going to comply with it? The whole point of the plan is that you're going to do it to comply with it, so it wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on if you're not going to comply with it. It's almost pointless putting it in place. The whole point of writing it, acting on it, complying with it, is to help protect the residents and obviously protect the licence of the premises. If you're not going to comply with it, why do it in the first place?
Is it a standard requirement that you put on premises of, where there's a problem of this nature? So is it normal to have a condition which does require the plan to be complied with?
Yes, because if a condition's not enforceable, it shouldn't be on the licence in the first place.
Just in relation to your second condition, which you require that the consumption of alcohol in the external areas should be for customers who are seated, has that been agreed with the premises licence holder?
No, unfortunately, because I was on leave, I couldn't get this. It was almost very last minute. It was only Monday this week I could get this to licence governing, so it hasn't been agreed, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Richardson, did you ask the premises to use plastic cups outside?
I haven't, no. I don't know whether that was asked in the meeting on the 6th of February, but I haven't asked for plastic.
Okay, would you agree, or would you suggest that might give them an opportunity to deflect some of the noise? And I know Ms. Alkin-Bobola, she sent a picture of a broken glass on a step. I don't know how that got up there or anything, but it would mitigate some of the noise, wouldn't it? Would you suggest that it could be polycarbonated?
I think the actual use of drinking out of glasses themselves doesn't produce too much noise. I think the issue the residents were talking about was more to do with bottles, like wine bottles and beer bottles, than actual drinking glasses. If they were to use plastic, yes, it's safer in that if it was broken, you're not going to hurt yourself on a broken plastic. But equally, people who drink out of plastics don't necessarily care quite so much about what they do with it when they're finished, and they'll just throw it on the floor.
Now, polycarbonated is reusable. Reusable
but even
plastic.
still, people can do that. Yeah, they are arguably safer for use outdoors than glass. But I wouldn't say it's any quieter than using a glass outside. It is safer in that for breakages, definitely, but I wouldn't say it's any quieter.
Just following on from that, sometimes the committee can put a condition on a licence that no bottles or cans or rubbish should be put out between 11 and 7 the next day. I think you said the issue was bottles being banging. Would that be something that might be an idea which would help cut down the noise?
Yes, I'm not sure. I'd have to refer to the licence to see what they've got now. But yeah, definitely, if the bottles were placed into the storage containers earlier in the evening, I guess they'd have to be stored inside the pub until the following day. If it was later, that would help, yes. I believe the storage containers were put in place so that the waste could be put out and then collected the following day during sort of normal hours rather than late in the evening. That was something that was arranged with our waste team.
Just so you know, there is no condition on the licence. I've got it in front of me. Okay.
Okay, then yeah, definitely it would help if waste was put out or restricted at what hours it could be put out.
Would you like to question the applicants?
Thank you, no, Madam.
I'm going to call a 5-minute break now. Have a chat. Thank you for your patience. We will now come to Melanie Adams of the Licensing Authority.
Before I start, Madam Chairman, I've been spoken to by the applicant who, in the break, who's concerned that only half of the video evidence was shown, and just wondering whether this would be a point to view the rest of it. It was condensed down quite a lot because the applicant did have several hours, and we obviously said that because of the limited time in committee, to condense it down into small footage, and only half of it's been shown. So I'm
Sorry, I thought it'd come to a natural end.
Yes.
But if it hadn't, then yes, it should be shown.
Mhm.
If you feel that we haven't gotten the point, then I would think it's very important that she can show it.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, sorry, Colin Harry from the licensing team. It might assist also if perhaps we can, once we get to the point where we were at, if we could kindly pause on the slide so that the applicant can actually explain a little more of what we're looking at. I think obviously it would help yourselves.
Would you like that?
That's a decision you can make.
Yeah. So we have gone through quite a few. So where would you like to start?
I think it was here that we left off, yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Right. So this is the 15th of April. As you can see, the time is 11:08 in the evening. And as I pointed out to you in the first footage, that my bedroom window is just next to that area. And I came outside. Next video, please. Excuse me, can you just move, please? People would just like to have a sleep. So that's me coming outside again, even coming outside from 11 after going to bed. And honestly, it was some of the staff as well from the Pelican. So that has been something that's been happening quite often. So this is an example of how you have to walk into the street because the obstruction of the tables and chairs and occupation basically of the sidewalk is crowded. So every time someone walks up that area, they have to walk into the street. So that was the footage that I took as well. And as you can hear, so there's two basically footage. One was basically while my TV was on, and the other one was my TV being off. So even while my TV is on, I can still hear the crowd outside. Can you go to the next? The picture that was in March 2023. That's how far the clients come all the way down Tavistock Road. And as you can see, as I pointed out regarding the kegs, there's a sign that says no kegs, but there's footage of that showing that there are kegs still being placed in that area. Next, please. And this is the glass. So just to clarify, Ms. Evans, I think you stated about the glass and the plastic cups. Just to make it clear, this is one of the reasons why we wanted to play the video for you. The glass was because of my husband stepped on it on his way to work and it broke. So it had nothing to do with the noise. It was an incident I raised under health and safety. So that was also recorded and I think is part of the package as well. So that's one of the reasons with the glass that was left on my step. and the other footage is obviously glass being left outside. And
Could you tell us what the green object is?
oh, that's I
What's
think
the
that's
relevance?
the electric. It's not the evidence. It's the glass. If you can circle around with so that area there's glass left outside. Again, so one on my doorstep that my husband stepped on, another one outside a Pelican, and where the tiles are, there's another glass left outside there. And that's, as I said, that's only some. As you can see, I had to condense 3 separate footage on there because there's many more. Next, please. Yeah, so the one on the, I think the date was that 17th of June, 2022. I did report that to the noise team, so that has been logged as well. Next, please. So this area, as I said, I think the gentleman mentioned about one of his staff's battery being stolen. As I said, I have no problem that a scooter is stored there, but it's the conversation that's been taking place over a period of 5 minutes. And as you can see the time on the camera from different pictures, you can see he's looking at the camera because I guess James has made staff fully aware that there's a camera there, and I don't know what she's trying to present in that picture with her phone being up. That's the delivery at 6:25, at 6:47 as well. And as I said earlier and explained to you that the delivery starts obviously from 5:57 onwards, so that's constant noise from in the morning. Then you have to deal with stuff in the afternoon. And look at the date and look at the 3 pressurized kegs that there is the 29th of March, 2023. So if there's a sign stating that nothing should be placed there, then nothing should be. Next, please. So this is just kind of footage me walking down the road again with the noise. It's a bit not too clear, but so this was regarding a fire that happened at the Pelican. The fire brigade was called, I think it was in early April, if I'm not mistaken. James can clarify when the fire brigade turned up. There was a amber spitting from the chimney area where they light their chipwood for their upstairs area. And the bins is what Joanne provided to me. So that's the bins area that you can hear the glass breaking inside.
This, I can find the date on that. I'm sorry, I didn't attach dates to anything. While it plays, because it will start playing.
Can you tell us, please, what is the 2 things? The white wall, what is that a picture?
I think it's basically how it's how I condense the video, because sometimes when you have very long footage on PowerPoint presentation, the footage normally kind of gets a bit condensed, so it kindly shows the backdrop instead of anything. But that white area with the wooden laminate is something you can ignore. It's just the video that's on top of that as a backdrop.
Right, and you said that the fire department was called?
Yes, the fire department was called because apparently there was some fire. I was coming home from work. I actually thought it was my neighbor flat on fire, so I speedily run down the road until I noticed it was the Pelican. So there is a chimney where I think they use chipwood to light their chimney area for the first floor. And apparently, I'm not sure what the fire brigade investigation was, but obviously you can ask Mr. James what the investigation was. But based on my experience, it could be that the chimney wasn't cleaned properly, or could have come from the kitchen as well. So I wasn't too clear on what it was, but the fire brigade was called, and it took quite a long time to evacuate people from the pub as they come out with their glass. It's a 15-minute video that I had to condense. So that's why you only see that short footage, because I was told I only had 10 minutes. If I knew I had longer, I would have provided much more footage and dates.
Right. So if they evacuated the pub, Wouldn't that be the correct procedure to do if you call the fire department?
I didn't call the fire because I guess...
Not you, I mean, if one calls the fire department.
Yes, my concern about that is that if there is a fire, it shows how people in the area would be affected by it. So people coming out of the pub certain times with their beers in their hand, drinks in their hand, it will cause a certain noise as well. So it's just based on highlighting the principle of management.
Would you say that happened once in the last few years?
In the last few years,
Since
yeah,
they
that was,
opened,
I mean,
there was one incident
there was
where they
one
called
incident where the fire brigade was
department.
called, yes.
Okay, so it was unusual circumstances.
Well, fire is something that no one kind of expect, but it happened based on the lack of management. So that's just fire safety. There are things you need to put in place. So the cleaning of the chimney or the cleaning of the grease ducting within the kitchen, regardless of where it is, there are regulations and standards to prevent that. So it's always something that can be prevented under fire safety regulation.
I think, to be honest, we would have to have that assumption proven, because we need to hear from the environmental safety if they are thinking that there is a problem with their fire management. Because you're assuming, you can't just assume.
That's what I said. I saw where the fire was coming from based on the embers that was spitting out from the top roof area. However, the fire investigation only provided evidence of what the issue was to the owner. So I'm not sure if they had provided to the environmental team. I don't think they did. The fire brigade normal standards is, because I work with LFP on a day-to-day basis based on my profession, it would be to the person that the fire was in the area. So the information investigation would have gone to James.
I'm sure when we hear from James, he will address that point.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising it.
So the date on that video is the 8th of August last year at 1 o'clock in the morning. And
What
so
was that?
The 8th of August was the rubbish collection.
Yes.
And as stated, this is just an example of the noise at that point. It has been changed, the rubbish procedure, and it's now the bin lids. But this was last year at 1 o'clock in the morning that we were having.
Right, so you are agreeing that they've changed the procedure.
Oh, they changed the procedure. This is what we were talking about with the bin storage, the lids now being an issue of banging up until 1:15 in the morning.
Right.
And staff not placing bags of bottles, recycling bags of bottles in it, but throwing them in. And it may be purposely, it's probably more absent-mindedly that they're just going about their job in haste and throwing them in, but they are extremely loud and the bins are closed between every placement of a bag. So it's banging for about 45 minutes after closing until approximately
Yes, so you're saying the disposal of bottles
Yes.
and maybe cans after a certain time should not be
Yes.
permitted, because it doesn't matter how well they're putting them in there, they're noisy just because
They're
it's
noisy.
late in the
Yeah,
hour. Yeah,
absolutely.
the committee have understood the point.
And yeah, absolutely. So although this is extremely loud, it's not the current issue.
But we can ask the premises licence holder whether they're going to offer a condition like that. They've heard what you've said.
Thank you.
Can you continue playing the rest of the video, please? Or you can go to the next one.
Sorry, what is this?
Next slide, please.
So this is they had a late contract for the collection of rubbish because it wasn't deemed fit to store the rubbish in the street for
Right.
fear of foxes, even though we're all advised to put out our rubbish from 6 o'clock in the evening to be collected the next morning. So that's not a concern for residents. But this is the
yes.
refuse vans that are no longer being used, but the sound is that they used to turn on the truck's compactor
Okay, we
outside our
got
window
that
at 1
point.
o'clock in the morning.
Thank you.
Next slide, please.
I'm beginning to think, I'm going to consult with our solicitor, because it seems that it's not fair that you are able to speak for such a long time. We seem to have the points, unless you think there's any additional points, but we don't have to go over everything again. I think we've established the noise, we've established the dispersal, you've made a very good argument, but I really don't think it's necessary to continue unless our solicitor thinks so. But I think you're getting an unfair advantage here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the question is, have you shown all the evidence that the important evidence that you want the committee to view? Yes.
Yes, to some
Yeah.
extent, yes.
Yes.
As I said, the only reason I've asked to share it because Ms. Janet made something a bit unclear, which I thought she didn't quite get the point on, and that was regarding the glass, where she asked Mr. Phillip about the plastic.
Yeah.
So I based on facts and not stipulation, it could be that if the video was showed and I explained, then other things being showed would not be wrong.
Yes, so the committee have got your point. There will be no unfairness to the premises licence holder because you will give them extra time
That's
if
fine.
they need it.
Thank you. No, that's absolutely fine. Thank you.
You've made an excellent argument, and you could be an attorney. So, thank you very much.
So now I think we'll get
Melanie
to
Adams,
yeah.
yes. Melanie Adams from the Licensing Authority.
If I may, Madam Chairman, I'll just give you a quick 5-minute summary of the licensing team's involvement to date.
Thank you.
The Licensing Authority first became involved with the current operators of the premises in early December 21 after receiving complaints from nearby residents following a soft opening at the premises. We subsequently met with the operators in January 2022 and went through the conditions on the licence step by step and outlined the history of issues with the premises and the constraints of the location in close proximity to many residential properties. It may be worth pointing out at this stage that this premises has been reviewed 3 times before this, once in 2007 by the noise team, once by residents in 2014, and again in 2019 by the noise team. They were different operators, but it was reviewed because of issues that were being caused to residents. In April, we contacted the premises operators again with regards to complaints of noisy patrons outside causing a disturbance to neighbouring residents. In May 2022, a warning letter was sent to the premises regarding noise witnessed by the Noise and Nuisance team on the 9th of May 2022, and again we met with Mr. Gummer and Mr. Walsh to discuss our concerns regarding the external management. On the 13th of May, myself and my colleague were out monitoring licensed premises in the borough out of hours, and on this occasion we witnessed in excess of 60 patrons outside the premises after 9 o'clock, many who still had drinks in their hands, and words of advice were given to Mr. Gummer, who was present at the time. On the 5th of October 2023, I visited the premises to carry out a risk assessment. This was the first one for the premises under these operators, and advice was given instead of enforcement. Most conditions on the licence were being complied with, save for there had been no residents meeting as per condition 30 on the premises licence. Advice was given to Mr. Walsh to arrange a meeting as soon as possible. This meeting wasn't arranged. Then in December of 2022, Ms. Akimbobola contacted the licensing team, and myself and Mr. Harry met with her early in January to discuss her issues with the premises, which at the present time mainly revolved around the noise from 39A Tavistock Road, which is not part of the licensed area, noise from patrons late at night, and historically the nuisance that had been she'd experienced during 2022 for the number of patrons outside the premises. Ms Akinbabola indicated that she wanted to review the premises, and we suggested that we contact the operators and instruct them to hold a residents' meeting as per their licence and be given the opportunity to address their concerns with them directly. The residents' meeting was held on the 6th of February 2023 and was well attended by both residents and in support of the premises and those who were experiencing issues of noise and from the blocking of the pavements. Following this meeting, Ms Akinbabola submitted her review on the 24th of March. As a team, we have endeavoured to engage and support the operators, being mindful of them coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we do have a duty to ensure that residents are not unduly impacted by the operation of any licensed premises, and this is why I have asked for an external management plan that is complied with at all times. Having reviewed the evidence from the applicant together with our observations last summer, we do have concerns over the external management of the premises. And I would draw your attention to the photographs supplied by the applicant, which clearly indicates issues with people standing and drinking outside the premises. I think it's part of the bundle that was of photographs that was given to us on the 18th. It came in an email on the 18th of May. Mine are in black and white, unfortunately. I think they form part of the slideshow.
We didn't quite hear that up here. Sorry.
It's just the photographs showing the blocking of the pavements, but I think you actually have been, yeah, you've had that on the slideshow. The numbers of people blocking the pavements. Okay. And this has also been outlined by one of the residents, Mr. Andrew Szymanski, on page 34 of the original bundle. As well as the external management condition, the committee may feel it appropriate to attach a condition to the licence restricting people from eating and drinking while standing outside the premises. Also, we would recommend a condition with regards to times of deliveries and refuse collections, which the premises licence currently doesn't have. That's for me.
Went a bit fast and I couldn't take down the whole note.
Sorry.
Could you just explain which conditions you reminded for the committee to consider?
It may to attach a condition to the licence restricting people from eating and drinking while standing outside the premises. So basically to be seated at tables and chairs. And a condition restricting the hours of deliveries and refuse collections between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m.
I mean, did you, when you want the committee to restrict, what's your view on numbers?
No one to be standing whilst drinking and eating.
So you want everyone seated?
Seated.
Wherever they are?
Wherever that seated area may be. That's all for me.
Just to clarify, regarding the dispersal plan, you want that complied with?
Yes, because as my colleague said, there's no point having a plan if you're not going to comply with it.
Thank you. That was my question. Councillor Hudd.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question. On the restriction of eating and drinking while seated only, would you consider a cordoned area within the pavement on All Saints Road where they're allowed, because at the end of the day it's a pub, it's a pub as well. So would you consider that as a good condition?
Yes, I think there's a suitable area on All Saints Road.
Okay, so you would consider
it
if it's
wouldn't cause too much of a obstruction, whereas it does on Tavistock.
Right. But I'm just going to clarify. I mean, they won't be seated, so there's a cordoned area where they are allowed to stand and drink if they wish to. And, have nibbles, crisps, peanuts, whatever.
I would, no, I would say seated. It makes it a lot easier to manage.
Right. Thank you.
Would you be happier with polycarbonate?
For safety reasons, and then yes, that would be.
And noise?
I don't think the type of vessel makes much difference to the amount of noise.
Well, they can't break. If you drop a polycarbonate, they don't break.
But yeah, the breakage, from what I understand, there wasn't a noise issue. It was a safety issue of people cutting themselves.
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying. The polycarbonate doesn't break, so people can't cut themselves.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Simmons?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, where you've said that the licensing team have witnessed occasions where public safety and prevention of public nuisance objectives have not been promoted, how many occasions would you say we're talking about? And if you don't have an exact number, just a ballpark.
I don't have an exact figure. Maybe in the last year, at 10 occasions, but we only ever get a snapshot of what's happening at the time that we visit.
Thank you.
Just could you clarify one point, because it has been raised in the papers. There's a list of complaints, the 33 complaints, starting on page 37 of the main committee bundle. And sometimes it says in the outcome that no action taken or not substantiated. That doesn't mean that the complaint wasn't valid. It just means that either the noise officers got there too late or they weren't able to take action. Can you just clarify that for us?
Yes, that's correct. If they get there too late and the noise officers haven't witnessed anything, then they can't take any formal action. They have to have witnessed it.
Yes, and in this complaints log, for instance, the one item 13 on page 38, it says, so this is the 28th of May 2022, and it's referring to noise officers, and they don't identify a statutory nuisance. But that's not the criteria to determine this case. Statutory nuisance is all about environmental health, isn't it? This case is all about public nuisance, which is a much wider test, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Would the premises license holder like to address?
Could I? You were present at the meeting on the 6th of February.
Yes, I was.
And was the impression that you gained from the meeting the same as that of your colleague? In other words, it was a positive meeting, that Mr. Gummer was putting forward positive solutions to issues that were being raised by the residents?
It was my impression that there were an equal amount of people that were in support of the premises and an equal amount that had issues, and the people that had the issues were the ones that lived in very close proximity to the property.
That wasn't my question. My question was this. Did Mr. Gummer come across to you as a person who was putting forward positive solutions to the issues that were being raised by the residents who had complaints?
Yes, he did give us positive assurances that he would address the issues at the meeting.
Did he strike you as a person who was doing them a favour? Or did he strike you as an operator that had genuine concern to sort out the issues?
It wasn't my opinion, it didn't strike me at the time that he was doing a favour, but obviously...
Sorry, Madam, may I answer that as well? Obviously, I was present at the meeting. I think it's fair to say, Madam Chairman, that obviously we've met with Mr. Gummer. He's always been very willing to listen. He appeared to be very proactive, and obviously subsequently it's important to say that this meeting that we had, the residents' meeting, was held because, having spoken to Miss Akambobola in the new year, she made it clear she wanted to review. I contacted Mr. Gummer straight away and told him of this and said that we must have a residents' meeting so that you, Mr. Gummer, has a chance to deal with these issues properly, as it should have been dealt with perhaps earlier through a residents' meeting. So from my point of view, I would say we met with Mr. Gummer on numerous occasions when it all started, shall we say, Madam. During the summer, we had the issues with the tables and chairs. So I appreciate what Mr. Rankin's saying about, does he seem to be someone who's just sort of ticking a box, shall we say? No, I don't think he is, but what actions of what have we seen? As the applicants say, they showed us a video from a few weeks ago. So really, from my point of view, looking, I'd say, well, it doesn't appear a lot to have changed.
So just to clarify one thing, Miss Adams, you mentioned that you went through the licence conditions with them on your very first meeting and explained what they meant, and you said there had been they hadn't managed to have the residents' meeting, which should have been held within 6 months in accordance with condition 26. So that was a breach of the licence conditions.
Yes, it was a breach. As I said in my statement, it was their first inspection, and generally on a first inspection, we do try to give advice rather than enforcement. And then obviously after that, if they are inspected again and that same condition is breached, then we would take the appropriate action at that stage.
So have I understood it that you also met them in October 22 and said, look, you need to arrange a meeting with the residents as soon as possible, but that wasn't arranged?
Yeah, October is when I carried out the risk assessment and found the breach of the condition for the licence, and that is when I told them that they needed to arrange a meeting.
So that wasn't acted on?
No.
But it was acted on when...
Once they were alerted that Mrs. Akambobola wanted to
review the premises.
Yeah.
So they reacted when they knew there was a review?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Hudd?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Richardson, you have said that the applicant, you've had very amenable meetings, but you feel the lack of response post the meetings is not sort of quite acceptable.
Madam, I assume you mean myself, Colin Harry.
Oh, sorry.
That's quite all right.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, as I say, Mr. Gummer, from the very first time we met him, was very amenable, very pleasant, was willing to listen, etc., etc. But if you then put together all the meetings we've had for him, from my point of view, where are we? We're sitting in a council chamber having a review because of serious disturbances and nuisance caused by his patrons. With the greatest respect, obviously reading the submission papers, you can say, it's a term I was advised not to use, but I'm going to use it. Perhaps they're a victim of their own success, but that doesn't mean that it's acceptable, does it? It doesn't mean that it's acceptable for a year for residents to have to put up with this until such time as Mr. Gummer gets it right. Will that ever happen?
Noted, thank you. And may I also ask you another question? Would you say, since you have had your regular meetings, they have revised the waste collection, and that happens in more of a sort of sociable hour?
Yeah,
So they have acted on some, but not enough, more the crowd management.
That would be nothing to do with us in licensing, madam, with regards to waste management. No, there's no conditions on the license, as you're aware. So obviously, as been suggested, yes, we would hope to have conditions put on there with regards to that, but that's not something that we would deal with. I'm not aware that having said that, I would have imagined that had it been brought to our attention, we would have passed it on, but it would obviously only be able to be put on a license on an application or on a review. So it's not something that they would be doing it on goodwill, if that makes it clear, madam. Any changes will be done on their goodwill.
Thank you. And one final question for your colleague. I just want to get the dates right. Did you say the historic complaints were in 2007, 2014, and 2019? So 2019 being the current owners?
2018.
These were reviews, madam, not complaints.
Reviews?
Reviews of the premises licence.
Okay, so
2017, 2014, and 2019.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you both.
Thank you, Chair.
Wouldn't you say that mentioning those 3 reviews before is prejudicial, because they didn't take over the premises till 21, was it? 2021. So it's irrelevant.
I merely mentioned it just to bring to your attention the complexities of this premises where it's located, and I did state that it wasn't the current operators that were reviewed.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask the team, we're all talking about this meeting that happened in February, which is a good thing and a positive thing, according to you. Were there any efforts or necessity for any of you to enforce before that, to take any enforcement procedures?
As I said, we did try to engage with them, with the operators, and a warning letter was issued in.
I think, madam, it's fair to say that you're aware we have a graduated response. Obviously, we wouldn't, unless it was something really outrageous, like a serious fight or something, then we wouldn't be looking, well, that would lead to a review by the police. But we have a graduated response. So first of all, we would engage, discuss, and it all depends. It's all on the relevance of the complaint, madam.
Yes, I appreciate that, and I think that's a good policy. So wouldn't you say that this is a premises that we can work with? We can give conditions, we can sort out the actual issues that are affecting the residents, and that they've been open-minded, according to you in your meetings with them in February, that we can sort something out?
I would hope that we can.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Ma'am.
Okay. Councillor Benton? Yes. We'll now hear from Councillor Benton, a supporter of the review, who will go next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So just to start, I do know what the practicalities of working in and running a pub like this are. I actually did work in this pub many years ago. I worked in a lot of pubs like it in the area in the 20s, so I do have a little bit of on-the-ground picture of what the realities are.
We cannot hear you or understand you.
Okay. Okay, so I know what it's like to work in these kinds of places. I worked in the Pelican myself many years ago, so I do have a little on-the-ground experience of what we're talking about. And a lot of the representations I'm making now, I'm speaking on behalf of people who don't feel comfortable coming to a hearing. So just bear in mind there is an anecdotal character to it. So responding to some of the more recent representations, this has got nothing to do with the lockdown. These aren't historic complaints from the lockdown period. This is stuff which is happening right now. May I just ask, is my microphone cutting in and out? Okay, good. And to another few of the points which are made in those representations, I would just like to remind everybody that glowing reviews and large profits are not licensing aims. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. And in fact, it comes with its own issues. It is an exception to operate this late in the area. It is a residential area, and I think we have seen a pattern of flouting conditions which are in my original submission. Even when there was a review on the cards and scheduled, and it does seem to me the operator seems to take for granted that this exceptional privilege which has been afforded them is to go on as if it's their right. So, in terms of support for the operators, so who is this from? In my opinion, nobody here should care if Lord Witherington Smythe from Phillimore Gardens, or indeed his ward councillors, likes to eat an expensive luncheon with an excellent selection after a spot of antique shopping. This is also the type of person who will be encouraged by an operator to submit supportive statements.
I'm so sorry, Councillor Benton. We cannot understand you. Could you slow down, please?
Okay.
Speak
Would you
clearer.
how far back would you like me to go?
2 minutes.
Okay.
We want to catch what you have to say, but it's really difficult if you're muttering. Thank you.
Okay. So, this late license is an exception for operators in a residential area. Whether or not it was granted, it's never been used. And we have seen a pattern of flouting conditions even while there's been a review on the cards and it's been scheduled. This is actually the period where I've had complaints made to me. And it looks like the operator takes for granted this exceptional license they've been granted. So, who's the support coming from? Nobody should care if very rich people from other parts of the borough are coming here, or their ward councillors for that matter, and they like to eat a prohibitively expensive meal with an excellent selection of wines after a spot of antiques shopping. This is also the type of person who will be encouraged by an operator to submit a supportive statement. And given this clientele, many more of whom are attracted by these touted reviews, those patrons are far more likely to be comfortable interacting with the council, as opposed to the largely working class, largely social tenants living next door, a great deal of whom view the council with fear and suspicion, with frankly good reason. If residents are experiencing ongoing substantive disruptions to their home life, and we've been hearing evidence of this, that it's ongoing, then it is unreasonable to suggest that they approach the operator to fix those problems, which they've been complaining about for a long time already. It's actually our job in local government to regulate, control, and enforce, especially in cases where a company like this is making money at the expense of the well-being of residents. Now, this has been going on long enough. And trying to sort of catch and suppress complaints in this way is, I think, at this stage of proceedings specifically, indicative of an unserious approach to community well-being at best. It's residents who are reaching out, and an operator who is demonstrating with actions resistance to fulfilling the terms of their already generous license. It's not a kindness and it's not a favour to meet the requirements of the Act in serving the well-being of the local community, and I think that's what we're seeing evidence of today. This meeting of the 6th of February was actually characterised just now as residents in one corner and supporters in another, which I think speaks to the nature of whose interests are being looked after here. And you still call it a local pub. Well, all pubs are local in the sense that they're in a locality, but this isn't seen by locals as a place which serves their locality and serves their well-being. This meeting was incentivized purely with the threat of a license revocation, and the legwork was all done by officers, and however charming the operator believes his employees to have been on the day, no substantive actions have arisen. So what does this mean? We can work with these people. How many chances do we give them? Again, this is to meet the basic conditions of their license. A positive meeting is a meeting which positive actions arise from, not one which just doesn't descend into a fist fight. So in terms of specific issues, I walk past it all the time. The management of the outdoor area, drinking on the square with glasses, it's still not managed. Every single time I walk past it, it's, excuse me, would you move please, would you move? Every time. Maybe I go there after a certain time of day, but that's how it is. So I see this myself. The noise has not improved, and I would also add that the noise issues we're talking about with rubbish is not just rubbish being collected, it's rubbish being taken out. And what happens in places like this is staff will stay behind after closing and have a few drinks and have a little smoke and all the rest of it. Now, the sound from that carries, but that also means that in practice what happens is that they take the rubbish out later. So that's another aspect of the noise. Again, this is not a serious approach to the issue of noise with taking glasses outside. Okay. So again, glass is not a noise issue in the way that we've been describing. It's a safety issue. And also, this drinking and smoking with glasses, and also smoking cannabis, which is in a public area, and yes, that is clients of the pub, and I know that's something that just happens, but we're talking about a public space which is used by children and residents who are not part of this community. They don't drink there, you know. And loiterers from the pub, by the way, I would also say it's clear that it is a function of the pub being there, because these types of complaints don't predate the license of this current operator. There's also an issue of abusive behavior. Now,
could you repeat that last point, please?
The last point is that loiterers, as mentioned earlier from the pub, I think these complaints about loiterers don't predate the current license in the pub. So I think that draws a pretty clear line that it's a function of this late license and this operator. There was an issue of abusive behavior, which has been countered by the operator as well, saying that he doesn't believe it. Now, I don't believe the operator over the resident in this case, purely because the operator is purely going by the word of the staff in question. So, did you tell this guy to fuck off? No, that's what you would expect to hear. The resident in question, who doesn't actually want to make his own representation, so I'm afraid you just have to take me on good faith, doesn't want this license revoked. So I can just tell you that this is not a person who has skin in the game in terms of getting the license revoked. He likes having the pub there, he likes having a business there, etc. He and I take a different view, but that's fine. This came from a very good faith complaint, a person that was very shaken by bringing up this issue, which is an issue, I think most people are admitting, of obstruction, and being told to fuck off by the staff. That's, if you don't believe it, fine. I do believe it, and you can just take that I take it at face value, and you don't have to. So finally, it's clear to me that the operator is resistant to fulfilling the licensing aims and conditions, and at best might be dragged kicking and screaming into making a polite gesture towards engaging residents under threat of license revocation. Now, what I'm not seeing is any substantive action to engage with any of these issues, and it's been long enough. It's simply been long enough. As soon as there was this licensing hearing scheduled, I would have expected different behavior, but all these complaints have been going on. So again, if it's going to impact their ability to profit, by which means having to say something to their clientele that they have to, I know people don't like to do that. I've been shouted at by plenty of customers in pubs in my lifetime for just trying to get them to, drink up and go home. I know what that's like. But again, nothing substantive is being done here. There's no evidence that it is. I mean, they agreed to a meeting. They're supposed to have meetings, but they're not even supposed to come to that in the first place. So my view, too little, too late. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. I'll ask our solicitor to go first. Oh, sorry.
It's you.
What?
You can ask questions first.
Okay. Councillor Hudd?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Benton. I have noted from your speech that the applicant has been dilatory and in taking action from, allegedly, from hearing from everybody on the opposition side. But you mentioned about the demographics of the customers who frequent the Pelican, which is rather subjective and prejudicial. I mean, that's just an observation, my personal observation. And the question to you is, do you as a councillor, because that is your ward, support business within the ward?
Well, I have to say, I don't think that's a relative question. Of course. I mean, I'm so representing Portobello Market. Of course I do. But that's not, like I say, this isn't a licensing aim. It's not about whether or not you support businesses, about whether or not they actually support the licensing aims, which in this case is about the well-being of residents.
Of course.
Yeah.
So what I was going to continue to say is that if you support business within your ward, would you be happy to consider it if you put all the conditions? Because, of course, residents' needs comes first. And we have to work, as I agree with you, businesses and residents, you have to have good communication, but it seems in this case, there's been a severe breakdown of communication. Mm-hmm. And as I repeat, they've been rather dilatory, allegedly. So would you support that if strict conditions are put in place, that business should be allowed to carry on? Without revoking the license?
I don't have if the question is, am I hardline about suggesting revoking the license, it's not that hard. I do think that I do think we're seeing too little too late. I think it's been long enough, and I think they've had every opportunity to action the things that they've been talking about and haven't done it. Look, it's always been a pub. I used to drink there, I have no problem with there being a business there. Speaking about the clientele is more about that they're from far away than anything else. And we are trying to serve the interest of residents, and I don't see a lot of residents drinking there. But yeah, I mean, I hope that answers your question. I'm not convinced that it would be well enforced. And there was also a point made earlier about complaints. Like I myself made a noise and nuisance complaint, and the reality is it's near closing. The crowds will have dissipated by the time, if it takes them an hour to get there, they're not going to see the same conditions. And I just think the volume of complaints is a factor here, and the fact that not all of them, result in, not all of them come back with the officer saying, oh, this was what we saw, etc., etc. I think that's just the nature of these kinds of complaints. It's how people move in and out of a pub towards the end of licensing hours. So, is that an answer?
No, I agree with you there. Thank you.
Mr. Rankin can ask questions. Yeah, can I say something? Oh, sorry, I thought you. No, I hadn't finished. I know what you say, but I think, unless you can suggest to us otherwise, I mean, how can you assess who his clientele is and who isn't? And also, you made another assumption that people were smoking cannabis, and I saw in your written objection that people were smoking cannabis in the nearby park. I mean, how can you assess or that these were his customers? And have you spoken to the customers where they're coming from?
Well, it's because they have a pint in their hand when they're doing it.
Sorry?
It's because they have a pint in their hand while they're smoking. That's why. You can see it's a group of people from the pub because they have drinks from the pub.
Where? In the park?
In the park, yeah. I mean, look, I understand wanting to spill out into the park. It's nice to go where there's a green place. It just comes under the category of things that you just kind of have to manage, and they're not doing. And of course, they're not the only people doing that in the park. But, as you say, and yeah, I mean, you just kind of have to, take my word for it or don't, right? I can just say this is what I've seen and what I see as a pattern there. But yeah, that's the answer, is because they're drinking drinks that they bought in the pub.
Right. And would you not say there are a lot of other hospitality units on All Saints Road?
On All Saints Road, well, not the pubs, not when they're drinking pints out of pint glasses. No, it's sit-down restaurants. So they're the only, like, you know, what's in your mind when you think pub. That's the only one like that on All Saints Road. And of course, it is right opposite the park. Like it is, look, you know, you go outside for a smoke, and it's just right there. You just cross the road into it. Like it's not. I do understand that's just kind of comes with the territory. You know, so it's not really so much that it's not going to ever happen, but it's something, again, it's compounded by all of these other, this sort of pattern of if it's always crowded, you know, it's always, I'm getting complaints about how staff behave, you know, it's sort of a pattern of stuff, but yeah, on its own, I mean, it should be managed better by, you know, well, I'm just thinking of my own experiences when I you know, worked in places like that. You do have to go out and say, no, you can't do that, you know. You do have to give, I mean, you know, I think plastic cups is definitely preferable to having glass ones, you know, all of those kinds of things. But there are ways of doing it, there are ways of working with it, and I've not seen them.
Right, so you would be happy with the management addressing the staff drinking after hours outside. Maybe they should get the rubbish out early in the morning or earlier in the evening. There is an 11 o'clock collection. Would you be happy with the 11 o'clock collection?
I mean, look,
11 p.m., I mean, that's standard in the hospitality.
Yeah, in principle, absolutely. I mean, I'd also say that it's also the nature of the site that Tavistock Crescent, which is it's basically a Long Council property, and there's a recession of the park. Noise just goes right across, and if it's on the other side on All Saints Road, it just bounces back and forth. There's one thing that hasn't been pointed out as well, which is that, which is in response to what you're talking about, you know, where people are from, etc. Again, some of that is just because I know what the pub was like before and I know what it's like now, roughly. But the other is Ubers. There's a ton of Ubers picking people up and dropping people off outside. Like, it's not a local group of people drinking there for the most part. Now, does that mean they shouldn't have people, you know, there should be a sort of catchment area if you can drink anywhere? No, obviously not. Like I say, this all just points towards a pattern of what I think speaks to the unserious nature of the operator looking after locals' interests, you know, at the expense of attracting a certain type of person.
So would you be happier with a tightening up on the dispersal policy?
I mean, again, in theory, I'm just worried that it's not going to be enforced, because what we're dealing with now are still breaches.
That's not the question. I'm asking, would you be happy if they tightened up on the dispersal policy? I can't commit to it. I might be, but I can't commit to it without seeing it in front of me and knowing that enforcement would be effective. So that's the thing. I'm not, in principle, yeah, I'm just not willing to sign off on saying, yes, that's fine, knowing that it might not be enforceable. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to sort of dig my heels in on it. It's just like I won't in good faith say, yes, you should do X, Y, Z, not knowing that it'll be done.
I mean, this case has given rise to very difficult issues, and obviously the committee will try and determine what steps should be taken. One suggestion has been made that they shouldn't allow any people to stand up drinking outside, that everyone so they limit the people who can drink and eat outside to only people who are seated, and perhaps the committee could say, right, well, there'll be no persons allowed to eat or drink in this Tavistock roadside. So if there's any eating or drinking, they could be limited to the All Saints Road up to a certain time. Would any of those sort of things help at all?
I mean, again, in theory, it's just there needs to be a thoroughfare through down the road, and there isn't one. You know, And again, that is a case of having to, you constantly have to keep on top of that or put in physical barriers that people can't, people actually can't, cross. So, I mean, I guess, look, it's not, it's not my job to figure out how exactly it would be done. Again, I'm happy with all of these in principle. I just don't know how it would work, which is why I'm unwilling to sort of sign off on it, because it hasn't worked.
So when you're saying thoroughfare, you mean in Tavistock Road?
Well, both. Because last time I walked, it was, I could get past Tavistock, but then All Saints Road was completely jammed along the pub area on All Saints Road.
So numbers is an issue anyway. So
yeah.
if numbers could be controlled, that might be.
I mean, I think so. I mean, I'd also defer to the residents, see if what they thought of it as well, because they actually live there. I don't live there anymore. I live a few blocks away.
Okay. And I understood what you were saying in relation to the clientele. What you're saying, if someone is a patron of a premises, they're more likely to sign a letter to say, I support it, because obviously they like it. I think that was the point that he was making.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, yeah, if anyone that knows, it's a bit of a pet issue of mine is how these consultations are carried out, and it is likely to, certain people are more likely to be comfortable engaging and be encouraged to engage, and a lot of people aren't. And, I'm a social tenant. I know that my neighbours are very hesitant to engage in things with, I know you can only work with what's in front of you. I know that. I'm just saying that to sort of, offer some context to how these types of supporting letters in practice tend to come about, in my experience.
Mr. Rankin? Councillor Hudd would like to add something.
Councillor Benton, again, it's an observation. Your point that you make about lack of lavatories in the area,
Did I? Wait.
the loos and people sort of, I would say that even along Tavistock Crescent.
That might be. Did I say that, or did I?
Sorry, that I misunderstood you.
Misspeak, perhaps. I didn't. I don't think I said that just now, but maybe it didn't carry.
Oh, apologies. My apologies. I thought you, because I was just, no, don't worry, apologies.
Yeah.
I misunderstood you.
Okay, good.
On the point. And just one other point I would take,
yes.
Following from Ms. Titcombe's point about the patrons who visit the Pelican are most likely to be given more of a positive review. But I mean, I'm afraid that's, if one's a pro-cyclist, then you're going to get pro-comments on any sector.
100%,
So, yeah.
absolutely. I know exactly what you're saying, which is why, like I say, there's I'm just presenting a bunch of things that I think have a compounding effect.
Absolutely.
But yeah, obviously.
Thank you, and apologies for my misunderstanding.
Okay.
I have one other question of Mr. Benton. Considering what Environmental Health said and what the applicants have said, you seem more hesitant to give the premises license holder an opportunity to comply with new conditions, etc.
I'm more hesitant. Like I say, I don't know why the pattern would change, because this licensing hearing has been on the cards for a while, and there's been issues of breaches of the existing conditions. That's why I'm more hesitant. I think it's probably part of the job of councillors to operate in that way, and that's fair enough. It's more just like there's a history and a pattern of, I think, not taking the well-being of residents seriously. So it's based on that. It's based on the actions up till now, and I don't see. I wouldn't expect them to be on much better behaviour you know, moving forward. So again, you know, I'd love to see it. You know, like if I really believed it, if I really believed it, I'd absolutely sign off on it. That's the problem, is that I based on what I've been seeing and hearing, I just don't see it working. But you know, that's not my decision to make.
Now, have all the parties supporting the review spoken who wish to speak? Councillor Simmons would like to ask another question.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Councillor Benton, speaking of the parties supporting the application for a review, and given that you are also, in your capacity as a councillor, also representing residents of your ward, how many residents, roughly, would you say have approached you with concerns about this matter?
Well, including informally,
Yes.
then something in the over the last few months, something in the area of 10 plus people.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that's in a range of, like I say, informally.
Yeah.
Like I'll say, oh, you know, how do you feel about the Pelican? And it'll be like, well, you know, noise and blah blah blah, because I know they live on Tavistock Crescent, for instance. So yeah, something like that.
Thank you.
We're now going to have a half an hour for a lunch break. We need to confer as well. And I would suggest the council's canteen, because it's close, or any place, there's a restaurant across the road. But please be back in half an hour. Is that sufficient time for you? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Rankin, are you ready?
I'm ready. Every dog has his day. Shall I tell you about a nightmare day for me? A nightmare day for me is when I have to represent an idiot who has been told time and time again by the responsible authorities what he should be doing and just ignores that. An idiot who has thumbed his nose at the residents and could not care less about any of their concerns. An idiot who is concerned solely with profit and not with the impact that his premises have on the locality. Thankfully, this isn't one of those days, because Mr. Gummer is not one of those operators. He is somebody that takes his responsibilities seriously. This is a set of premises that for over 200 years, for 2 centuries, well before Mrs. Akinbabola or Miss Berridge bought their premises, have operated as a public house. Licensing hours in the old days did not exist, and over a period of time they have had hours and restrictions and conditions imposed on them. And this is another opportunity to do just that, to look at the license and to say, well, look, we've heard what the residents have to say, we've heard what responsible authorities have to say, and this is our decision. We're not going to revoke the license. Nobody, save for Councillor Benton, is suggesting that you revoke this license. What they are suggesting is that you should take measures, appropriate and proportionate measures, to ensure that the impact of these premises upon the residents is minimized. Now, knowing that you have read the papers, I'm not going to go through it all over again. You'll be relieved to hear. But I just want to make sure that you have Mr. Gummer's first statement, Mr. Gummer's second statement, which was filed in response to the PowerPoint presentation which was served on us late on last Friday, and that you've got my submissions and the dispersal and external management plan and our review reference table, which shows what the residents' concerns are and how they are addressed in the dispersal and management plan. And just before I come to the detail of that plan, can I say this? We're not saying don't impose the dispersal management plan as a condition on the license. We're saying don't impose a condition which requires compliance with the dispersal and external management plan at all times. For reasons that Ms. Titcombe will explain to you, that would be an unlawful condition. You can't, the High Court would call it lazy legislation. You can't impose a condition on an operator which is unclear and ill-defined, so that he or she does not know exactly, precisely what their responsibilities are. Now, I'm noticing a puzzled expression on Councillor Simmons's face, and let me explain what I mean by that. I'm not saying don't lift bits from the dispersal and management plan and impose them as conditions. I would have no complaint about that. But what I'm saying is don't say, this is the dispersal and management plan, and that we have to comply with each and every syllable in its entirety at all times. Don't do that, because that's unlawful. So I'll explain how, for example, if we are to go to the dispersal and management plan and look, for example, at paragraphs 3.19, which says this: subject to ongoing discretion and the time of year, management intends to exceed this minimum requirement, that is for the SIA requirement, with SIA licensed security throughout the week, Tuesday to Sunday, with up to 3 security personnel at the busiest times. Now, if that was imposed individually as a condition, it would be unenforceable, because it is uncertain and unclear on the face of it. So imposing a
Sorry
condition...
to interrupt you. What document are you referring to? Could you please...
The Dispersal and External Management Plan. So what Mr. Richardson is saying, and Ms. Wade is saying, is impose a condition that requires compliance at all times. And we're saying, no, don't do that. If there are parts of the Dispersal and External Management Plan that you want to impose into condition, then by all means do that. There's a huge difference between a blanket condition requiring compliance at all times, particularly when much of what is expressed is an expression of intent rather than a clear and ascertainable condition.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think I'm not sure we do agree on this, because I agree that your dispersal and management plan has to be clear and precise, and that's in the that's within the power of the operator to draft the plan that they know is enforceable. For the purposes of environmental health and the licensing authority, they are quite right that in order for the dispersal and management plan to have any teeth and to be enforceable, it has to be complied with. And we certainly have it complied with on many licences here, and I know Westminster Council has the same. So it has to be enforceable. But normally a dispersal and management plan is presented to the licensing authority or environmental health. Discussions are had as to whether it is sufficient, and then they approve a final version. If you're saying this one, in this case, it wouldn't be appropriate because your dispersal and management plan is too vague. Then I understand what you're saying, but from a matter of enforcing a proper and dispersal management plan, and this is what is in their minds, so they are believing that for you to proactively manage the outside area, they want to tie you down to certain requirements.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Identify those certain requirements, identify those elements in the dispersal plan that you want imposed as conditions, and I would have no complaint. But do not impose a condition that requires blanket compliance.
Well, I think the problem with that is conditions have to be discussed at the review hearing. It's not for this committee to go through each individual paragraph. You've presented this plan, so if you're now saying that this plan is not suitable for the committee to accept as a binding condition, then the committee will have to give weight as to whether it's sufficient for them to attach this plan and what other steps it will take.
I've represented people in circumstances where external management plans, just identical to this one that you've been presented with, are presented before the committee. And legal advisors identify areas of the plan that they feel should be incorporated as conditions. And that's the course that I'm urging today. But I don't want to get bogged down with that. I'll move on, I hope, and deal with the question of what is being said by the residents and address those and deal with the question of conditions at the end, if I may. So you will have seen then from the witness statement of Mr. Gummer that he took over a public house in circumstances where it had been operating under various guises in the past. In the past, in 2014 and 2017 and 2019, it operated, dare I say this, as a robust public house. Different operators, rugby enthusiasts on tournament day, football fans congregating outside wearing their strips, an entirely different animal from the premises that you see now. And it's been said that Mr. Gummer is a victim of his own success. He's made a success, there's no doubt, of these premises. And he's done a considerable amount of good for the area. In the short period that he has operated, he has been able to win all sorts of accolades, the Bib Gourmand by the Michelin Guide, not to be sniffed at. The fact that he employs 70 members of staff, not to be sniffed at. And it isn't, as Councillor Benton says, oh, well, the residents' concerns trump everything. They don't. There's a case called Hope and Glory, which says that you have a balancing act to undertake. You have to balance all of the competing interests, the economic interests, the interests of local residents. All of those things are placed into your scales, and then you come to a decision. But it isn't a question of residents being heard, and that is an end to the matter. We too are able to have our input. Now, there's no question that when the premises were given their pavement license in April 2022, that is when the moment came that the premises began to impact adversely on the residents. Placing beer kegs aside and a visit by the fire brigade, but what really concerns these residents is the activity of people outside the pub, and how are we going to control that? Now, can I say this, that the first summer after lockdown, which is what last summer was, saw an extraordinary phenomenon up and down the country, where people celebrated the end of lockdown in a very unusual way. Having been denied their freedoms for all that time, they then went out and they celebrated. And it wasn't restricted simply to the Pelican. All through the streets of the kingdom and all through the streets of the capital, you saw people celebrating and behaving in ways which aren't usual. And I wouldn't want you to think that what happened last summer is demonstrative of what will happen every single summer at these premises. Now, that being said, it's perfectly clear that there were aspects of last summer which need to be addressed. And we regret that Mrs. Akinbobila was disturbed in the way that she was, and that Miss Berridge was disturbed in the way that she was. It is regrettable that matters come before you by way of review, but it's good that they come before you by way of review. It's a good thing for this reason, because in this way, everybody has had their say, and we know precisely what the issues are. Everybody has placed their cards on the table. Now, very early on in the hearing, Madam, you said, well, how many complaints have there been? There was a mishearing of 76, it was 33. And I don't attempt to say, oh, well, 33 completely unfounded complaints. That isn't the way that I would deal with them. I accept entirely that residents were disturbed, that they called the noise control team. The noise control team is unable to arrive immediately. And when they arrive, on many occasions, the vast majority of occasions that they've arrived, they find nothing untoward taking place. Now, that may simply be due to the passage of time. It may simply be due to the fact that the environmental health officer takes a different view about what's going on at the premises. Whatever the outcome of these proceedings, can I beg the residents to take this as an alternative course? If you are genuinely being disturbed by activities that are taking place at the premises, then for goodness sake, don't call the noise team, call us. And why do I say that? Because when we are spoken to and when issues are identified, we are keen and quick to address those. Now, it may be that Mrs. Akinbobola says, well, what about the hinge on the gate? When matters have been clearly identified to us and we have been asked to address them, then we do. Councillor Benton unfairly, and I'm going to use that word, says that there have been no substantive proposals made by the premises, too little, too late. I take issue with that, in the same way that we take issue with the fanciful suggestion that customers from these premises have been smoking cannabis openly in Tavistock Gardens. I'm going to use the word fanciful. There was extreme disquiet expressed to me by Mr. Gummer at that suggestion. It is contested and we take issue with it. So, it was a steep learning curve for Mr. Gummer to learn how to take control of the outside area. And the outside area was, when it was granted its pavement license, the shape and form of the outside area increased with the consent and acquiescence of the council. Officers were always involved. What should the height of the planters be? Should there be planters there? How many seats should be outside? What was the distance? What shape of the table? What size of the table? All of these things were agreed entirely with the council. We take issue with the suggestion by Councillor Benton that there have been ongoing breaches at these premises. This is what his representation says, and it's at page 33 of the main bundle, right at the very bottom, 4 lines from the bottom, that much of these infractions have occurred after notice of this license review hearing was posted only emphasises that the operator demonstrates no intention to take their responsibilities seriously. Therefore, I believe it's incumbent upon the committee to revoke the licence. That's simply not so. It's unsupported by any of the evidence. What you've got is a self-serving complaint that Councillor Benton made. If you look at the list of complaints, you'll see that at page 40, the last complaint was the 15th of February. Noise from people and banging door ongoing through the day, evening and night from the pub. That was the 15th of February. And then, 15th of February, 23, that's number 32 of page 40. Then the next one is Councillor Benton's own complaint on the 16th of April. The point that I'm making is very laboured, but his suggestion that much of these infractions have taken place after the review has been served is nonsense. The review was served on the 18th of March. What's happened since the 18th of March? Councillor Benton has made a complaint. There were some people outside the other night that Mrs. Akinbola, I keep pronouncing it wrong, Mrs. Akinbobola's was concerned about. You remember at 12:45 and the suggestion that the SIA had gone inside. But to say that much of the infractions have happened since the review was served is just nonsense. That is not so. So, I have to take something on the chin, and that is the question of the residents' meeting. And it is quite right to say that there should have been a residents' meeting in September, and it's quite right to say that we were slow to organise the residents' meeting in February, on the 6th of February. We're grateful to the input from the responsible authorities in nudging us to have the meeting. And that's on us, and we entirely accept that. I don't attempt to excuse or belittle that. That is something that should have been actioned. So coming on then to the 6th of February and what has been done, because Councillor Benton says there's nothing substantive has been done. That too is nonsense. So the first thing that we did is that we imposed seating only in September last year. This was before the meeting itself. Of our own volition, we had no outside drinkers save for seated persons in the pavement area where the licence allowed us to do that. In addition to that, we brought on 3 security, as opposed to the one that we're compelled by operation of our licence to have. And these security personnel provide a comforting and reassuring presence. You will have seen reference in the residents' letters to ladies walking home at night feeling comforted and reassured by the presence of the SIA, who also, incidentally, had intervened to prevent an assault taking place at another local business in Tavistock Road, All Saints Road, who also helped to find the mobile phone of a lady who wasn't a customer in Tavistock Gardens. Now, if they weren't proactive enough the other night, we apologise for that. If there were people talking outside at 12:45, and I can't gainsay that, then I'm sorry for that. But the solution to it is not to pick up the telephone and call the environmental health officer. It's to pick up the telephone and speak to Mr. Gummer and say, look, you've got customers still outside, get rid of them. That's how you solve a problem like that. Mr. Gummer is not the enemy. He recognises, more than anybody perhaps, the importance of retaining his licence and having good and conducive relations with local residents. So, Councillor Benton says there's too little too late. Well, what else has been done? Raised at the meeting were the question of the kegs that you saw being stored in that area for 39A Tavistock Road. On the 7th of February, the day after, all kegs were removed. Some plastic kegs were delivered in error to that area and kept there for a brief period of time before being removed. 2 kegs which had connected to each other and needed disconnecting were done so in an area not where you saw in the photograph the kegs were, but an area outside the public house. And it made some noise, and we're sorry for that. But the complaint being you move the kegs to and fro and it disturbs me at times of the day and night, that was addressed. Councillor Benton, nothing substantive. The question of rubbish. Now, what was suggested by Mr. Gummer was that the noise that you saw at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, when the council's refuse lorries turn up and bang and crash the bottles into their crunchers, was that that is a state of affairs that should not exist. And what should happen is that bottles and rubbish should be placed in bins on the other side of the road by Tavistock Park. That required permission from the council. There was some toing and froing. The bins were constructed by us. And for the moment, what happens is that rubbish is placed in the bins and bottles are placed in the bins. We discover that the residents are being disturbed by the noise of the bins being put out, and we can propose a positive step for your consideration. That is that you impose a condition on the licence that requires a collection of the bins to take place from 8 o'clock in the morning through till 11 o'clock at night. But you see the point. An issue which is a real issue for the residents and which we understand is raised, and we address it. Nothing substantive, says Councillor Benton. The past month, we have made it our level best endeavour to ensure that there is nobody outside the premises drinking at all. It's been difficult because the days have been sunny and people have wanted to stand outside, and there was pushback and resistance. But we did it. Too little, too late, says Councillor Benton, without acknowledging that something really substantive has been done. Now, deliveries is a difficult one because we have deliveries, he locally sources food, and as much as possible he uses local butchers, grocers, fishmongers and the like. The best-selling beer at the premises is Portobello Pilsner, locally brewed, not a bad drop. It's very difficult to organise deliveries at a particular time, as you'll probably understand. And so the suggestion is this by Mr. Gummer, that he will speak to all of the people that deliver to him and ask them, please, to deliver from 7 o'clock in the morning onwards. And that way, Mrs. Akinbobula, we hope, will not be disturbed. But it's very difficult to make that a condition, as Ms. Tipcombe will tell you, because you can't impose a condition which requires compliance by a third party. There was an attempt to do that under the old legislation. Your learned legal advisor will remind you of the Earls Court Exhibition Centre case, the old Earls Court, and there was trouble with the residents over the large numbers of people that would turn up in cars. And the council imposed a condition on the licence requiring all those that attended the premises to attend by public transport. It was an unlawful condition struck down by the High Court because you can't impose a condition which requires compliance by a third party. And by the same token, you can't impose a condition saying that all deliveries have to take place within certain times. We can certainly use our best endeavours to ensure that deliveries are taking place between those hours. But we have a difficulty with that. Madam, you raised the question of polycarbonate. Usually, it's imposed as a condition in circumstances where you've got a nasty pub and there was a glassing and all that. As I understood your questioning, the rationale behind it was, well, it would lessen the impact of noise. I'm happy to listen to the evidence of Mr. Richardson and Ms. Wade indicating that it wouldn't make any difference so far as the noise was concerned, but it would so far as the question of glass breaking. Now, I'm sorry that there were those 3 instances identified by Mrs. Akinbobula in her PowerPoint presentation. They were missed. It happened, and we're sorry for that. Whether you would want to impose a condition requiring polycarbonate in its entirety, outside because of those 3 instances, well, it's a matter for you. My suggestion to you is that it would be possible to approach this in a completely different way. And I say that by drawing your attention to, I'm sorry, lost my own place. So Mr. Gummer's statement and the conditions that he proposes there. Now, you'll see in the report that was initially drafted that Mrs. Akinbobula suggests some 8 conditions. Some of those we're able to agree, and it's not us being difficult or obdurate or resistant, but we are proposing a solution to the question of the forecourt drinking, in line, I hope, with the sorts of questions that Ms. Titcombe has been asking about the possibilities of people being seated. So if you were to turn to page 7 of Mr. Gummer's statement.
You said you would, you can agree some of these conditions. Could you just go through the conditions that, it would be helpful if you were able to go through the conditions that the applicant has listed, saying which are agreed and which you're going to comment on your statement.
All right, so
yeah.
The forecourt to be kept clear, etc., of customers from 8 o'clock. We have proposed a new condition relating to seating and a terminal hour, and that is in our condition 4. So that one we can't agree. We can't agree that the premises should lose half an hour of their permitted hours, because what we say is that if you drill down into these objections, what they amount to is residents being disturbed by what's going on outside the premises. And quite frankly, a terminal hour inside the premises, when the outside is going to be closing at 9 o'clock, a terminal hour for the inside of the premises at midnight, which has been there for many years now. It may have been used, it may not have been used. I can't help you on that. But it's been there for many years. That to lose that half hour on what is effectively the first review for Mr. Gummer is, we would suggest, a sanction too far. If the residents were saying, I tell you what, out they all bowl at 12:30 at night, and they all knock 8 bells out of each other, and they're sick everywhere, and they pee everywhere. If they're saying that, then there's some justification for knocking back the half hour. But they're not saying that. What they're saying is, it's the people outside. They block the pavement. The noise that they make and the smoking that they undertake is all a terrible nuisance to us, and we want a solution to it. That's what they're saying. But this isn't an hour's case, I would gently suggest. So 2, we can't agree. 3, we can agree that the windows and external doors shall be kept closed except for immediate access and egress from 8 o'clock as opposed to 9 o'clock. We can do that. We can't agree 4 because what we say is that there seems to be no logic in permitting premises to have people outside at 9 o'clock, but saying that there's some artificial window where at 8 o'clock they can't take a glass outside. Isn't it easier simply to leave that condition as it is, condition 24, and just leave it at 9 o'clock? I cannot respectfully see the justification for reducing that to 8 o'clock. Condition 5, well, again, that relates to our condition 4, which I'll come to in just a moment. Condition 6, we can agree. Condition 7, we can't agree because that's a matter for the local authority, when they grant our tables and chairs license. And condition 8, 39A Tavistock Road's an office. We rent it and use it as an office. One of the matters that was raised by Mrs. Akin-Bobler at the meeting on the 6th of February was, well, I can see into the office, I can see through those windows. You remember one of the slides was people in the office. She asked us to put blinds up, we put blinds up. So that's an office, it's used as that. It used to be used for staff changing rooms and lockers there, following the meeting of the 6th of February. Absolutely, they were moved back inside to the public house and it was not used. But I'm uneasy, and I imagine that Ms. Titcombe feels the same unease about imposing a condition on 39A Tavistock Road, which is an office and which really isn't part of the licensed premises. With the caveat that if the residents are concerned about anything that happens at 39 Tavistock Road, then for goodness sake, pick up the telephone and tell us about it. The hinge on the gate, we can fix that. There was a bit of toing and froing about, and this was mentioned at the meeting on the 6th of February, should the door to the office have an automatic swing device on it? Should there be a silencer on it? One member of the enforcement team thought that there should be a silencer on it. Another thought that there shouldn't. So there was a bit of toing and froing. But the hinge on the gate can be fixed. That's an easy thing. So coming then to our conditions, these are at page 7. So condition 1, you'll see we've agreed. That was Mrs. Akin-Bobler's condition 1. And then condition 2, this is an example of a condition which we have lifted from the dispersal and external management plan. So it's an example of how you can mine the dispersal and management plan for a condition that's an appropriate one. And then condition 3 is a new one, a minimum of 2 SIA, not 1, door supervisors should be on duty on Friday and Saturday nights from 2100 to 0030. And that's an amendment to condition 28. With also the caveat that it's also our intention to have SIA risk assessed on other days during the week, Tuesday through till Thursday. But we don't know whether they're required. We don't know how many will be required if they are required. So rather than volunteer that as a condition, it's a statement of intent. That's what we intend to do. Now, condition 4, this is the answer to what Mrs. Akin-Bobler is saying about her condition 1. We're saying, no, forget that and forget her condition 5. Now, this is the difficulty that I've got, because as I sit here today, the Royal Borough has not granted our pavement licence. We've applied for it, and it's on hold. And I'm rather hoping that the outcome of these proceedings might nudge the appropriate department to grant a licence in the terms that I'm just about to outline. So whenever a pavement licence authorising the use of tables and chairs on the public highway for 24 covers or more is in force for the premises, customers shall only be permitted to consume food or drink outside the premises while seated. And then we put in a sort of safety net there, where there is no pavement licence in force, because we don't know if it's going to be granted or not, or a payment license which authorises fewer than 24 covers, the number of customers consuming food or drink outside the premises shall not exceed 40. So we've got a sort of hybrid of Mrs. Akinbobola's condition. She's saying, I want a restriction on 40 people outside. And we're saying, well, we can do better than that. If the Royal Borough grants us a pavement licence for 24 people, you won't have anybody else outside except the 24 people sitting down, and they're only going to be there till 9. If we don't get 24 or more persons granted by the Royal Borough for a pavement licence, then we'd fall back on 40 people outside. So you can see that there's your decision, if you couched it in those terms, would be perhaps a helpful prod to the pavement department and would greatly assist in the control of people outside.
Mr. Rankin, some confusion has occurred regarding this, and the members would like to know why you're increasing it to 40. Why can't you just say only 24 people will be allowed to drink outside?
Because that's what Mrs. Akinbobola said. She was happy with 40 outside. If she's happy with 40, she brought the review, then let's say 40. Isn't it better that you impose a condition couched in these terms so that the department that grants the pavement licence, and then it's only 24 outside?
Well, arguably, you can't have a condition that is dependent on another licensing regime.
Which is why it's couched as an either-or.
But arguably, it's not enforceable.
It's entirely enforceable. You're saying, if we get a licence that gives us a pavement licence for 24 people, then it's 24 people outside. If we don't get that, then it's 40 people outside. That's entirely enforceable. Nothing could be clearer. I'm not sure I see any confusion there.
And just for the reason that you said your environmental plan is not enforceable, the same argument could be used in relation to this pavement licence condition.
No, what I'm saying is don't impose a condition requiring the dispersal and management plan to be imposed in its entirety or complied with in its entirety because it's unclear. Here, nothing could be clearer. If we have a pavement licence for 24 people or more, then it's 24 people outside. Clear as day. If we haven't got one of those, then it's 40 people outside. There's nothing, with the greatest of respect, unclear or vague about a condition couched in those terms.
I actually agree with him.
Then, moving on, again, this is our agreement to agree to Mrs. Akinbobola's condition 6. So I put it down as 5 there. Then this is what we say about the dispersal and external management plan. Shall be submitted to the licensing authority. The plan shall detail the procedures, management controls and steps, including measures to control noise generated by customers, staff and delivery drivers entering, leaving the premises to ensure that public nuisance does not arise at any time when licensable activities are taking place at the premises. But we fall short of adopting the course urged on you by Mr. Richardson and Ms. Wade, which urges that it should be blanket applied for reasons which I've already gone through and I'm going to tire you with if I go through it all over again.
Can I ask something, please? When you say that it's blanket, would it make more sense to specify different days of the week because of trade on different days of the week? For example, I highly doubt, are you open 7 days a week or 6?
We're open 7 days.
7 days. So I would imagine your trade on Friday night is very different than your trade on Monday or Tuesday. Or are you closed on Mondays?
No, we're open 7 days. Yeah,
Oh, 7 days.
It's certainly busier on a Friday than it is on a Monday.
Right. Could we clarify that condition by perhaps different days of the week? Would that make sense to you?
It could. I've just realised that I've been calling Melanie Adams Melanie Wade. I'm so sorry. I don't know where that came from. It's a matter for you at the end of the day. If there are aspects of this dispersal and management plan which go beyond a mere statement of intent, that you would wish to impose a condition, then by all means do that. Really do that. And I would have no complaint.
I think everyone would be much happier with that, with the dispersal plan, and subject to the viability and what is realistic.
I think we're going to have to hear from the experts, but if the premises want the committee to rely on the fact that they're going to have a dispersal and management plan, really the onus is really on them to have looked at their dispersal and management plan and tell us what conditions. It's not my job to go through your plan subsequently when none of these people would hear what my view would be. It's the premises duty to say these are the conditions we are offering to manage that external area. And I would say the whole point of this review is about the external area.
Yes, I get that. Can I propose a solution that I ask you not to rise, but we will disappear for 5 minutes, and then I'll come back, and then I'll indicate which items of the dispersal and management plan we would think appropriate for you to impose as a condition.
I would like to say, though, that because we discussed the SIAs, there's a different policy for the weekend. And so I would like to suggest that it may not be a bad idea. Dispersal plan, perhaps you could say certain days, the beginning of the week, 3 days, or 3 days at the end of the week, that you can have different policy. I think that's possible.
It's a question of enforcement, and the professional officers may want to comment. But there's two things. If you look at the 33 complaints, they're not restricted to Friday and Saturdays. Those complaints, those 33 complaints, I've been through the list in the committee papers, and they have occurred every day. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. So these complaints, which are here and not disputed, do occur on every day. They're not limited just to Friday and Saturday. So that would be a reason why it would be unwise to limit the external plan to a certain day. And I'm sure that environmental health will have comments. However, if the committee were going to consider imposing any condition related to this plan, and the premises holder wants the committee to seriously think about a condition, then it is for them to suggest the wording to you, and all the other parties in this room would need to be aware of that and be able to comment. So I think it would be a good idea if you did rise and then let us know what you are specifically offering in relation to dispersal and the external management plan.
Are you content to stay seated?
Yes.
We'll leave.
Right.
We won't discuss the case with anyone else.
Just remember, in the Bible, you brought up idiots. In the Bible, it says the smart man listens and the idiot ignores. I think that's the Old Testament.
There's good news. Blame me for being too lawyerly. We're prepared to agree that there could be a condition imposing compliance with the dispersal management plan. In the terms sought by Mr. Richardson and Miss Adams. And that the dispersal management plan can be amended as per our condition 6. So any revisions to the plan shall be sent to the licensing authority within 28 days. A copy of the plan should be kept at the premises and produced on request to a responsible authority officer. So the residents have got the plan, the officers have got the plan, we have the plan. If we're not complying with it, then we will have no explanation when we come back in front of you, if that ever happens, and we sincerely hope that it won't. And then that condition continues over the page to page 8, premises licence holder shall ensure that all staff concerned with dispersal and external management are trained in relation to the plan. So finally this, before I throw Mr. Gummer open to questions, I don't want it to be thought that these are a set of premises where out-of-towners, privileged rich people, come from different parts of the capital in order to enjoy the excellent fare that is produced there. This is very much a local facility. Now, if you need proof of that, all you have to do is to turn to the plan, which is at Appendix K. Now, I had two witnesses that I was going to call. They've had to go, unfortunately. And yes, I take Ms. Titcombe's point that, well, you know, if somebody's a customer of the premises, that they inevitably are going to support it. Well, why should that count against us? What's terribly important is that you marry up the letters of support that Mr. Gummer has produced in his statement with this plan. And look at this. Nada Wanser, whose letter is at page 32, so looking at the plan, just right on the plan, Nada Wanser, she's at page 32 of Mr. Gummer's witness statement, and she lives at 64 Tavistock Road. And if you get a magnifying glass, you'll see that 64 Tavistock Road is immediately opposite the premises. It doesn't stop there. Polly Lovelady, wonderful name, lives at 64 Tavistock Road. Her letter of support is at page 21 of Mr. Gummer's statement. Edwin Lewis lives at 64 Tavistock Road. Curtis St. Clements, who I was going to call, lives at 45 All Saints Road, which is just on the corner. 46 All Saints Road. And he lives in All Saints House. So it's not all one way, and Councillor Benton isn't able to say these are all privileged people that come from different parts of the borough, and of course they would support this. They're local people. And it doesn't stop there. Because if you were to look, as I know that you have, at the other letters of representation, you have some immediately around the corner in All Saints Road. So if you look at page 31, you've got Jess Collette there. She's at 18. At page 30, you've got Amira Elskili, who lives at 23. You've got Amanda Bannister at 39 All Saints Road. You've got Mr. Cadell, who was going to give evidence. He's at 33. You've got Timothy Harris at 35, all terribly close to the premises. And why is that important? It's important for this reason, that they are local people who may well use the premises, but can see the very positive benefits that arise from the premises. I think that's all the matters that have arisen during the course of the hearing. were you, like me, relieved to hear the evidence of Miss Berridge, who said this, that there has been a reduction in the noise since the papers have been served. I'm concerned about a repeat of what happened last year. And then when the clouds began to part for me and sunlight began to filter through was when she echoed these words, that the current level of trading is almost acceptable, save for the disposal of rubbish. That's how we reach agreement in a hearing like this, which we could perhaps not have achieved if we'd had a residents' meeting. And this is why I say it's a good thing, not a bad thing, that everything has been aired here. We all know precisely where the lines are drawn, and I hope that I can draw a line in the sand. Mr. Gummer certainly does, because he doesn't want to have to go through this all over again. If matters occur in the future, and invariably they will, then for goodness sake, get in touch with us. So there we have it. I'm going to leave it there. Are there any other matters? No, I think that's it.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight that I've spoken to Councillor Benton, who unfortunately has had to leave to go to another meeting, but he has nominated Joanna Whelan, who is sitting with the applicants for the review, to be his representative, as he has left her a number of questions that he would like asked, if that's all right.
Thank you for your presentation. We have a lot of questions, actually. First of all, with regard to staff, you say you have 70 staff. Can you tell us how they are allotted? Obviously, they don't all work at the same time.
No, of course. Being 7 days a week and we're open for lunch and dinner, we need to have the 2 rotas that are going constantly. That includes as well having our security team outside. Again, we have security 7 days a week. Since the no outside drinking that we started over a month ago, we now have security actually from 12 o'clock. Whilst we're going through this process and trying to work out, we've got someone there to sort of politely explain to everyone, I'm afraid you're not allowed any drinks outside. And then it is in the kitchen team, a head office, the waiters, bartenders, runners, and we have an event space upstairs. Okay. And it's partly of, that's not all 70 are not full-time. We have probably 45 full-time.
Yeah, how many are in a shift, would you say?
Total, we probably have 30 on from kitchen, front of house, security, the event space, and yeah, about 30. And then any managers. And
how many people inside you are food-led, correct? According to what you wrote. How many covers do you have?
We have 65 covers. We have half, well, a bit more than half the pub, 2/3 of the pub probably, is set aside for dining. And then the front is the drinking area, which we do dining and lunches and things when it's a bit quieter.
Okay, now tell us about this queue that you have outside, because that seems to be raising a lot of issues. Is this avoidable? Can you not have this queue? Can you let more people inside so we don't have the noise outside? It's a shame because it's really dead space filling it up with a queue.
Totally. I mean, the queue is there as we've had no outside drinking.
Right.
And beforehand, but with no outside drinking means that, you know, there was less space. We're reluctant to say we can just let more people in because then we'll have different issues of it being louder inside. Obviously, we have capacities that we want to keep it to so our staff have a better experience and our customer has a better experience. We try, actually, you know, kind of oddly hard for a business to try and ask people not to wait because we operate a sort of one in, one out, basically, and we don't want people waiting there, standing outside, causing more noise when we have no insight into when they're going to be, people are going to leave and bringing people in. We're not a nightclub. So we try and get people not to wait. But if someone wants to wait to come in, I think it's quite difficult for us to tell them they're not allowed to wait. So we manage it by having our security keep them tight up against the wall going up Tavistock Road. Yeah, we can certainly look at some kind, yeah, that's what we go for.
How much of a booking system do you have where people can book tables? So
It's all reservations for dining, and then the bar obviously is a pub, so there's no reservations for coming for a drink inside, but all dining is reservations.
okay.
So you mean the queue?
The queue, yeah, the queue is for people who are coming for a drink, yeah. And sorry, just one. We also keep the space, a little bit of extra space where we can in the pub, so that we've got, when people come with their reservations, obviously we don't want them to be queuing, and we bring them in, and then another table has to stand up. So we try and manage it that way.
And what is your training in terms of the of hospitality?
Like, you mean my CV? Where have I sort of worked beforehand?
Basically, what's your experience?
Yeah,
Are you licensed? Do you have a...
Yeah, I've got a personal license, yeah. And then I worked out in New York for a while, but then I was maitre d' at the Wolsey, worked for Corbin and King, and then I helped open another restaurant in Mayfair, and then I opened Seven Saints, which has been there for 5 years, also on All Saints Road, and on the DPS there, and we've never had any issues or anything like that. And then we opened the Pelican properly as a restaurant in February last year.
Now, can you tell us how you divide your time between the two premises on All Saints?
90% probably now is at the Pelican. I mean, actually, Seven Saints now, we're changing the operation, so now it's 100%, but for the last year, it's been probably 90% at the Pelican. They are on the same road, and I also live on the road, so I'm able to sort of go back and forth between the two. But with Seven Saints being much smaller and operated for 5 years, I thought my presence was better at the Pelican.
And the training that you give your staff, how often do you have staff training sessions? What sessions have you given them?
I mean, we do staff training every day, but we do obviously have different processes for the different parts of staff training that we're doing. As we get into summer, we have more training about how we deal with outside, and that then became our focus. Going into Christmas, it was a bit more about the sort of management of the queue and the event space upstairs. And then the main focus, I suppose, is on the offering that we have in terms of the training and the process we go through.
Anyone else on the committee?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention on the subject of Councillor Benton's submission, where he says much of the infractions have occurred since the... and I think it's possible to interpret that in a different way, that he's obviously not mentioning, in contrary to the table of the complaints, that much of the complaints have taken place, but the infractions to which the complaints refer, such as the noise, the gate, the kegs, the glasses, the obstruction, and all of that, seem to have occurred subsequent to all those complaints, and albeit they have reduced in the last 3 weeks.
Not subsequent. The lion's share of the complaints related to last summer. The videos that we saw...
I wasn't talking about, sorry to interrupt, I wasn't talking about the if individual instances to which they related the date and the time, but to the behaviours and the problems which were being complained of. And it seems that those behaviours and problems seem to have continued.
That isn't what he says. What he says is
Much of the infractions. He doesn't say much of the complaints.
much of the infractions.
Not the complaints.
It's the use of the word much. Much
well,
of the infractions.
I'm
In other words, more than was.
I'm picking up on the word infractions, which is not the same as complaints.
If he said stuff is still going on since service of the review, then I would have no complaint. But he's not saying that. What he's saying is the application for review was served, and then more than happened before is taking place, which quite simply is not true.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a question of interpretation, but I just wanted to raise that. I also just wanted to mention, in relation to your opening comments, you mentioned in regard to Mr. Gummer that he is not an idiot who has ignored instruction. He's not an idiot who has thumbed his nose at residents. He's not an idiot that couldn't care less about the impact of his business upon the surrounding residents. And I think it's really important that we stress that and bear that out by actions going forward, because you've also mentioned the question of the residents' meeting. In your words, it should have been actioned, and we don't have a reason why not, and it was requested twice. So in terms of going backwards, and we obviously want to be looking forwards, but I think in terms of having clarity from where we are now, when we say nothing has been done, it's not true to say that nothing has been done, but I think it is important to acknowledge that as a matter of a trust issue and working together with the local residents, that we understand how we got to where we are and how a resident could be forgiven for having an alternate view as to the good faith of the commitments that are being made.
A good point and well made. But I wouldn't want to present Mr. Gummer to you as somebody that had willfully just ignored them.
Thank you.
Councillor Hood.
Thank you. Just carrying on forward with my colleague Councillor Simmons' point, there has, from what we hear from both sides, and given the time frame, I will leave the legalities to learned lawyers, etc. But it seems that there has been complacency on Mr. Gummer's side in the time that it's taken of being proactive in having, more proactive than you have. I'm not saying you haven't been. Am I right in assuming that?
The use of the word complacent that I take issue with. I don't think that Mr. Gummer would ever say...
Let me rephrase that. Possibly slightly tardy.
He was certainly tardy over the question of the residents' meeting, and that I'm sorry about. And I publicly extend my apology to the residents that did not take place. The next one is due to take place it'll be on or about the 6th of August. But certainly, yes, you can lay that one fairly and squarely at Mr. Gummer's door. But it was a steep learning curve. Nobody in the hospitality industry had seen behaviours like it throughout the country. Pubs which had been normal, quiet, tiny little village pubs suddenly became overwhelmed as people began celebrating their freedom. So it was a steep learning curve. It's unlike anything that he had experienced before at the premises. And it's hoped that the measures that he's put in place now will ensure that what happens going forward ensures that there's no repeat of it, because everybody will have to be sitting down, or there will only be 40 people.
Thank you. The other point you make is, which is very honourable of you, of saying to the residents, if there is a problem, call us. Not don't worry about the council. But I would advise against it, because I think for residents to have an official log, otherwise we might get into the thing of hearsay. So I would suggest that they should call the council so there's an official log. At the same time, if you and hoping that you would respond to it very promptly, so that's definitely very prudent, because you have the powers to act promptly on any disturbance. And may I also extend further, surely the onus is more on Mr. Gummer to make sure that the premises are run in a courteous behavior and that your priority, we all want to support businesses. It's a fantastic addition to the area, and I think if I understand the residents, it's about happy coexistence. And I cannot stress that enough. And the onus really should be, in my opinion, should be more on Mr. Gummer to ensure that is absolutely sort of, hammered into your staff with courteous behavior, constantly making sure that the rest, we have to live in a happy coexistence.
And that also is an excellent point. Can I just refer you to our complaints procedure? Because you're saying, well, they should call the council because then there's a log of it. Now that the dispersal and external management plan would be imposed as a condition, compliance of it would be imposed as a condition, if you could bear to dig up the plan itself, you'll see on page 3 of the plan, there's something called the complaints procedure. And you'll see at 2.5, a single mobile...
Excuse me, sorry.
we don't
Could you just remind us which particular document we're looking at?
It's the dispersal and external management plan.
And that is with what? Was that with the original submission?
That was with the original submission.
Oh, thank you.
No, is it in the additional pack? Is it in your additional pack?
Yes.
That's the way to look.
Yes, it's not in the original report, you're quite right.
What page?
All right, so it's page 3, and you'll see headed complaints procedures.
Sorry. Thank you.
2.5, a single mobile phone number is to be available to local residents and businesses in line with condition 20 of the premises licence. All calls will be logged and identified as high priority where they relate to the issues addressed in this plan. So I take your point entirely that there's no log with the council, but if this compliance with this management plan is imposed as a condition, then when a resident calls in, it has to be logged. If it's not logged in, then Ms. Berridge or Mrs. Akinbobola can say, I called on such and such a day, where's the log of it? So I would discourage calls to the environmental health. If Mrs. Akinbobola is disturbed, as she was the other night, by 2 people outside talking loudly, then don't call the environmental health department, call Mr. Gummer.
May I suggest, it's one thing to say, to address the concerns directly with Mr. Gummer, which I think is sensible. It's quite another thing to say, don't call the environmental health. And I think, as my colleague said, I would also advise against that. Where the plan actually says in the complaints procedure that all calls will be logged, and a person who called up could then say, where's the log? If for any reason the log was missing, and that could happen perfectly innocently, should we say, then there is no record of that log. And so I think for that reason it might be a little bit rash to be saying don't call the environmental health as an extra route to addressing the problem.
Right. Well, the residents will have heard that. I'm just simply trying to make the officers' jobs easier.
Can I also agree with the members, because residents are told for important reasons to log complaints with environmental health, even if they log them the following day. And the reason is that if you were to make an application, or any premises, licensed premises, to make an application to extend their hours, environmental health consider whether they want to make a representation, and one of the points they will consider is a list of complaints they've had.
A very good point.
And that's why
you're
they
pushing
need
an open door.
That's why they need to look at them.
Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to ask about the staff drinks. Can you just don't do it? Because if they're having a drink after the bar is closed, and then they get a little tipsy, and then they leave, obviously there have been problems with the residents. Are you able to tell us that you will not do it without making it a condition? That's up to you.
Yeah, I think what I would say is whether it's possible to have a up until a certain point. You know, we'll say that because some people finish at 11 o'clock, for example, rather than, or 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock,
Right.
and they then do stick around and have their staff drink. We monitor that it's only one staff drink per person, and then that's our policy, then they have to leave. Of course, we can say a time that we want, you know, you can't have your staff drink if you go past a certain point, but I would struggle to say no one gets their staff drink as some people finish at completely different times, but happy to be guided.
But can you limit it to the licensing hours so there's no lock-ins with staff?
Yeah, we can try and implement that.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a supplementary question relating to that? Because there was, I can't remember, if it was, I think it was Miss Berridge who said that what happens is that staff come out at 12 o'clock or 1:30 and put rubbish in the bin and then slam the lid of the bin. I forgot to ask you, you can put a dampener perfectly easily on that. And if the committee is minded and imposes a condition as we ask, they would have to put all the rubbish out pre-11 o'clock at night.
Yes, but I was thinking about that actually during this. We'd have to come up with a system in which we've got somewhere to keep the refuse from post-11, because obviously we would be able to get out a separate route, but it would just operationally cause a little bit of a difficulty. But as I said, this is actually something that we tried to implement the rubbish collections last year in sort of May, I think, or June, because it was complaints that we had heard about that we wanted to try and rectify. We were told it wasn't possible. We then wanted to come up with different ways to do it, and we're happy to work with residents and everyone on how we can do it better. Absolutely.
I thought you'd said that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought you said you were offering a condition that no bottles and cans should be put out between 11 at night and 8 o'clock the next day. Yeah, I think,
Yes,
yeah.
we are.
Yeah.
Yes, but rubbish will then have to accumulate after 11 o'clock, and we'll have to keep that inside the premises.
It's only bottles and cans, we were thinking, because they're the noisy.
Well, yeah, then that would be a perfect solution.
Sorry, just for clarification. So would you leave the normal rubbish outside at 11 p.m.? Do you have a night collection?
No, we got rid of the night collection because of the complaints that we saw in the video.
Okay.
So now the rubbish goes into the boxes, which was our recommendation that we've then implemented, and it's, as they say, it's causing a new problem with the slamming, and so we'll address that.
Right.
But at the moment, we don't have an evening collection anymore.
Okay, thank you.
So, just in terms of the issues that have arisen during this hearing, one option, I mean, there's clearly an issue on Tavistock Road about the small pavement and having people eating and drinking out there, because it's, as can be seen from the pictures, it is a very narrow, and you've told us now that there's also a queue on Tavistock Road. So if people are queuing, I doubt if they'll be queuing bang up against the railings. You might be two abreast. So there clearly is not space to have eating and drinking out on Tavistock Road, because in fact, from your point of view, from your management point of view, I think that would be virtually impossible to control and manage, and that's partly why you're coming into that reason.
The man that operates the premises, what do you say to that?
I do. We held our hands up and said that it was too busy and we didn't manage it well enough last summer. I think the condition of having those tables and chairs being seated at only up until 9 o'clock, when normally the queue starts later anyway, and then having no standing drinking, so there won't be that blocking. We have briefed our security guards on the fact that people do stand one abreast, and that's good as well because it stops as many people wanting to stay. So that is something I believe we can manage.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is that the committee might want to attach a condition to say that no patrons can eat or drink on the Tavistock roadside. Would that be something you'd be prepared to agree to?
That is the area that...
That's the narrower area.
That's the area that has already been determined by the grant of a previous pavement licence as being entirely suitable for the grant of a pavement licence.
Not now. I don't think it will be. All Saints Road is probably 3 times the width. The pavement in front of your building is probably at least 3 times the width of Tavistock Road.
It is the view of Mr. Gummer, who is the man in charge of the operation of the premises on a day-to-day basis, that pavement area, set as it is in parking bays, with a queue 1 abreast, is the perfect solution. And remember that the queue 1 abreast is from 9 o'clock onwards. Yes.
Sorry, I'd also suggest that the Tavistock Road seating area doesn't encroach onto the pavement because it's in the parking bays where cars will be if there's not a seating area. So it's again down to our security to make sure that that is kept clear, but those parking bays aren't extra pavement if we're not there.
In terms of pavement licences were brought in to help the hospitality industry during the pandemic so you could have social distancing outside. That's what it was brought into. So lots of councils, including this and Westminster, were willing to block off certain areas of the road in order to facilitate that. Now, they have learnt and they found out that in some cases it hasn't worked. And even licences which were granted previously, it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to be granted next time round. This has happened in Westminster and it happens in Kensington, because they have to take on board, as part of the pavement licensing regime, highway safety. So people need to be able to pass on the pavement, people who are disabled, women with buggies, and just generally people need to be able to walk on the road. Now, I'm not prejudging the pavement licensing regime. However, here there is clearly a public safety issue and a noise issue in Tavistock Road. And one option would be, instead of having your drinkers and your patrons who eat in Tavistock Road, they could be moved around the corner to All Saints Road where you've got the wider pavement.
Whilst, of course, I accept entirely Ms. Titcombe's resume of the instigation of the law relating to pavement licences, you've got responsible officers suggesting that the solution to this problem is to have 24 seated people outside. And we agree. Now, when your responsible officers are urging that as a course, then you have to pay great attention to the advice that you're being given from your officers. So we're saying, yes, that's a course that we agree. And if the pavement license is granted, let's see what happens, then it will be 24 seated people there. If it's not, then it's 40 people as per Mrs. Akin-Boberle.
I think the licensing authority did say that the committee could consider restrictions to deal with, overcome the problem of public safety and noise. So they haven't actually said that it'd be acceptable to have
I'm
24
looking
covers.
at the latest representation from Mr. Richardson, which was dated the 18th of May. I'm looking at the 5th paragraph down. The complaints regarding the poor external management of the premises and the resultant noise arising from the operation of the external areas of the premises are leading to the public safety and prevention of public nuisance licensing objectives not being promoted in the correct manner. This would be resolved if the premises had a formal external area with seating that was suitably managed by members of trained staff, with customers only being able to, he said sue, but use these areas for the consumption of alcohol if they were seated. That is the representation.
And he suggested a condition, i.e. the forecourt area. The forecourt is in All Saints Road, it's not in Tavistock. It's not in Tavistock Road.
No, that isn't what the representation says.
We couldn't clarify this with them in due course. So you're not willing to countenance that? Having a minimum level of nuisance in your condition, your new condition 2. Why should the residents have to put up with any nuisance?
Can you make that one again?
Yeah. So you've put forward some new conditions. I'm not sure if I can, yes, it's on page 7. So your condition 5. The second line says the security and management team should monitor the customers outside to ensure the level of nuisance is kept to a minimum. Why do residents have to have any nuisance?
That is what the residents proposed. That is Mrs. Akin-Bobola's condition 6, and we've agreed to it. That's what they say.
I don't think that quite says.
Can you turn, please, to page 3 of the report and look at condition 6 there, and you will see that the wording of condition 6 is identical to the wording of our condition 5. So page 3 of the main bundle so Mrs. Akin-Bobola's condition 6, actually there is a difference. She says their customers to ensure the level of nuisance is reduced to a minimum, and we've simply said kept to a minimum. But with either wording, it's perfectly clear that what is being countenanced by both Mrs. Akin-Bobola and us is that there should be a positive duty to keep nuisance to a minimum.
Can I make a remark about that, please? I think there is a material difference in the wording between reduced to a minimum and kept to a minimum, because I think what's being asked for by the applicant is a reduction in the noise and disturbance that's been current up to recently. So if we say we keep it to a minimum, the argument could be made, well, it's always been at a minimum and therefore we don't have to reduce it. But I think what we want to achieve with this hearing is to make sure that we do have a reduction for the residents.
I'm not going to dance on the head of a pin with this one. If you want the word reduced put in, then we are happy to put that in.
Can I just ask something of our solicitor? Isn't, by saying that, isn't it making it vague?
Sorry?
Isn't by changing it the language, we are increasing the fact that it's subjective.
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't put the reference to nuisance in the condition at all, but Mr. Rankin has said where he's got it from, and he's explained the difference. But of course, the committee can look at these conditions and decide whether they're acceptable or not, or whether they want to tweak them.
Okay. Because as you say, and I agree, we cannot be vague. There's too much has gone on here that is vague on both sides, and we really need to establish what is enforceable. You need a goal towards which you can achieve. You need a goal where you're happy. You have to work together, and that's what we need to go for. So we cannot have anything that's vague and subjective.
Yeah, so designated smoking area, where are you thinking that should be on the All Saints roadside? Because condition, is it 26, really needs to be amended now to say where it is. Because the old one, it's on page 18 of the main committee bundle. That's old wording.
Yes, I mean, if you wanted to put All Saints Road as per the plan in the dispersal and management plan.
You're happy with that?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. And in terms, I know you've mentioned staff, so would you agree a standard training condition?
Yes.
Do you want me to read it to you?
Nope.
Thank you. Okay. And,
Could I add something?
yes?
Yeah. Obviously, you have to train your staff in crowd control. You're a victim of your own success. So they have to learn how to manage it, how to turn people away if it's not feasible, because just having them stand outside, you're not making money anyway. So please, can we have your commitment to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam. And now it's the turn of the responsible authorities and the applicant to ask questions of the premises licence holder. Environment?
Yeah, I've got only one question, but just to clarify the point on that condition that I put forward, where it says forecourt area, the meaning of that was external as a whole, so both sides. Just to clarify that, I probably should have used the word external area rather than forecourt in that second part of the second condition. It does say external areas in the first part. The only other thing was for the premises, just to clarify, on the condition in relation to waste, I think earlier on you said waste collections between 11 and 7 the next morning. Is that just collections, or are you willing to have a condition that is for sort of the putting of the waste out as well? Because obviously you don't have waste collected at night at the moment, but that could change. So would you be willing to put forward a condition to say bottles and cans won't be placed out for collection between 11 and 7, and one that says it won't be collected between 11 and 7? Because that was the original, I think.
Yes, we're happy with that.
Okay. So on that one, going now on to the deliveries, you said about not having a condition of restricting deliveries.
Sorry, I didn't get the last one. Are you saying that they can't put the waste out between 11 and
bottles
7?
and cans?
Sorry?
Bottles and cans.
Yeah, so it's the standard rubbish,
yeah.
bottles and cans.
And then there's, and also the standard shall not be collected between.
Yeah, and the applicants, the premises licence holder said that should be from 11 till 8, if I've understood it correctly, not 7.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the second condition you were asking?
So there was the first one was about the waste collections, and then the second one was about putting the bottles and cans out for the same times, 11 till 8, I think is what you said, was yeah. And then the second part of that, leading on from that, was you said earlier about not conditioning deliveries because of the third party being unenforceable, yet the waste collection is a third party waste collection. So if the deliveries is unenforceable, surely the waste is too?
The waste collection is so much more certain because the Royal Borough is collecting the waste. And if we have a contract with the Royal Borough that says they will collect it after 8 o'clock, then it's an enforceable condition. The flip side of that is if you've got a fishmonger who's coming in from, let's say, Tyneside with a whole load of fish, it's difficult to say exactly when he's going to be turning up. The same with our butcher and so on and so forth. Where you've got an identified provider, such as the Royal Borough, that is picking up our waste and has contracted to do it within certain times, then that's an enforceable condition. When you've got people coming from different parts of the country with produce, it's less enforceable.
Just on that point, I think Mr. Rankin and I disagree on that point, because I do think it is possible, because the premises, you are the contractor with your delivery companies, so you can say to them, I won't accept deliveries between certain hours. The condition is not dependent on third parties, it's just saying the premises licence holder must ensure that deliveries will not take place between certain times. So if we phrase it in that way, our view is that it would be entirely enforceable, but I noticed there's a difference of view.
I agree with what you're saying, but the difficulty is obviously the noise from people coming is the deliveries arriving. And what we've had before, I mean, not a lot, is if we're not there, what they do is they just leave it outside. So the delivery will still arrive when they say they're going to come from a fishmonger or whatever it is, and they leave them on the doorstep. And that obviously won't deal with the problem. We are absolutely willing. We will contact everyone and ask them to come after a certain time. But it's very difficult to say, well, look, we don't want the food, don't come in.
Sainsbury's, Tesco's do, and they have lots of who have licences, alcohol licences, and we put those conditions on, and they're in exactly the same position.
No, they're not. There is a difference. There's a clear difference. We both understand what our position is. But it's terribly difficult conditioning up a fishmonger. It's very easy conditioning up a waste disposal collector.
Committee will decide whether they think it's appropriate or not.
I didn't have any further questions.
I just have one sort of comment to make regarding the condition 26 on the current licence, which you'll say you'll be adopting. The maximum of 10 people will be permitted outside to smoke after 11 in the designated area, which you have designated and as All Saints Road, and that's a. It says you'll be monitored at intervals. Now, the resident has already said that in between the intervals, the disturbance goes up. And is there any way that you could have that monitored all the time rather than relying on staff coming out at intervals? I mean, obviously, when you have SIA staff employed, they're out there all the time, so they should be monitoring that.
Absolutely. We have SIA staff 7 days a week. We have SIA staff standing 7 days a week on the at the All Saints Road door, and absolutely we can have that monitored.
Can we change that condition to say it be monitored at all times?
Just take out the words at regular intervals.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just that that will be monitored.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I've just got a couple of questions for Mr. Gummer. Good afternoon, Mr. Gummer. Would it be fair to say that obviously from a licensing point of view that we have met with you and tried to assist you in any way we could over the last, 12 months, 13 months from the time that you opened and we first came to visit you in January last year?
Yeah.
And right from the start, you obviously were willing to listen to us and apparently to take our advice, etc., on the way to deal with all the issues that we sort of outlined that had been with the old Pelican. Appreciate it's not yourselves, but obviously the old issues, etc., and perhaps, hopefully, a way forward for yourselves and the residents.
Yes.
Obviously, as I say, without going over points already made, Madam, we have met with you, as you say, probably in around a dozen times, various points with issues. And as I said this morning, Mr. Rankin, obviously at the start of this, introduced you as certainly not being it stupid, etc. Yet I have to make my same point again, Madam, that here we are, 14 months later, sitting in front of a committee for a review hearing. My point being, therefore, then, we have all these proposals put forward, obviously with various restrictions by the premises, by yourself and Mr. Rankin. But what assurances are we going to have as a licensing authority and obviously on behalf of the residents that things are going to change? Because from my point of view, and I'm sure from the residents' point of view, things have changed because of our meeting with Miss McCow. Excuse me for calling her that, but I've always called her Miss McCow. I'm sure she's fine with that. Meeting with her, and then obviously the moment that she made it aware to myself and my colleague that she was thinking of reviewing the licence, I contacted you straight away. I phoned you, I believe, then put it in an email that we needed to speak, you needed to speak with your residents to try to, obviously, to find out what the problems were and to see the way forward. I'm just saying that basically, why has it taken this for you to do something or to appear to have this action plan that's going to change everything?
I do appreciate that we've met lots of times before and you have been very clear with us. We had made changes already. Some of the things, we had one of the complaints was about live music. We've never had live music since. And I'm very happy to continue with that. We have been proactive in areas. September, we stopped standing drinking when we had this and we continued to. I actually wasn't aware that there was a licence review. You did say to me you should meet with the residents meeting, and I'm very happy that we did, and I've apologised for the fact that it took longer than it should, but I didn't realise a licence review was on the way. I want to continue to work with them, and I do want to continue to make all the changes that we can, and we were going to make these changes either way coming into the summer, which I said in the residents' meeting that we were going to operate completely differently outside. This was a plan we were making, and I regret that we didn't have the residents' meeting earlier. That's really all the assurance I can give you, other than we don't want to be back here.
Okay, and thank you. And another point is apparently you've introduced no drinking outside. Is that correct at the moment?
Yes.
How long has that been in operation?
I think it's been about 3 weeks.
Without a question sounding stupid, can you tell me why you've introduced that?
Because it was starting to get sunnier, and what we wanted to do, the plan that we always had, was to have seated tables only. We were waiting for the pavement licence, which was delayed and never came. So we decided to preempt what was going to happen and say we'll do no standing drinking, because we had learned that it was going to be deferred until after this review. So we wanted to take proactive action and make sure that we didn't have the same issue before being able to hopefully resolve it with some seated diners.
So based on that, would I be right in assuming then that will stay in place until such time as your application for tables and chairs is in and been dealt with?
The application is already in. We're just waiting for it to be dealt with.
But until such time as that, so obviously there's a decision on that, then this ban on outside drinking will stay in place.
We're happy to continue with the no standing drinking while we wait for a verdict here, of course, yeah.
Okay, right, thank you. And one other point, on a condition that's perhaps been missed by myself and perhaps Ms Titcombe, if I can go back to the original, the old licence, there's a condition on there which is in relation to, I think it's 29, I've lost it now. Sorry, yeah, general condition 29 on the old licence. It's in relation to a door supervisor. It's in relation to, in addition to a door super, there shall be one street warden wearing a high visibility jacket. How are you dealing with that condition?
Well, we go further in that we have our 3 SIA security guards. So it's my opinion that we go further.
Okay, I mean, it may be then there, perhaps that condition's either removed or it's reworded so that perhaps someone, if obviously this queuing system is allowed, obviously based on your decision, Madam Chairman, then, and we had the seated area and then we just had a queuing system, then perhaps we just need someone who's designated purely to deal with that queue. I mean, if we're looking at 3 door supervisors, is that every day, Mr. Gummer? Was it every day we're looking at 3 door supervisors on a set days?
We have 3 on Friday, Saturday, and any bank holiday Sunday, right. And then we have 2 the rest of the week.
Okay. And again, perhaps it may be considered perhaps an extra day, perhaps Thursday, Friday and Saturday. Just thinking of the busier days now, considered Thursdays now the start of the weekend. I believe I'm right in saying that. You would know more than I as a business holder.
We do actually have 3. We'll have someone else outside on a Thursday, but it might be a member of our staff rather than an SIA, but we do have another member of staff, another person who is monitored with crowd management on a Thursday as well.
Thank you. Perhaps that could be somehow worded into a condition, Madam Chairman, that we have someone who's solely dealing with this queue, if that's the way we go.
The condition 29 is a general one. It's just not monitoring the queue. That's
Yeah.
a warden. So they're monitoring people. And the premises have offered a minimum of 2 SIA door supervisors on Fridays and Saturdays from 9 o'clock.
Yes.
What are you proposing? Are you saying that you don't need 29?
I think it's fair to say we don't need 29, or have it reworded. If Mr. Gummer's just offered 3 door supervisors, I think, on the various days he said, and perhaps add in Thursday, so it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and any bank holidays, then perhaps that either 29 is removed or we reword it that there is a member of staff.
So do you want 3 SIA door supers on Thursday, Friday and Saturday, and 1 to monitor the queues? And bank holidays? And what?
Repeat that.
Yeah, sorry. This is obviously just being suggested. You had offered an additional door supervisor, which would apply on Fridays and Saturdays. Mr. Harry is suggesting that you should have 3 door supervisors on Thursday, Friday and Saturday and the bank holiday from 9 o'clock until you close. And I'm asking you if one of those door supervisors, because obviously they've got to be monitoring the people doing the management plan, is it appropriate that one of those door supervisors manages any queue?
They already do. Yes, that is how we operate. Is one of them is managing the queue.
What one of them is, so that would be okay. So 29 is someone just patrolling. I'm just querying whether that should be removed at all. Or you're saying you'll only give 3 if that is removed?
At 3 if that one was removed.
Yeah. Colin, what are you suggesting?
Yeah, obviously, yes, so we've got 3 door supervisors. It may be that perhaps, sorry to mess you around, we do leave that condition. It's slightly reworded because obviously just thinking of a Thursday night, Friday night, the premises are busy and there could be a very big queue outside and the door supervisors are dealing with whatever they're dealing with. And perhaps we do, if Mr. Gummer could offer a member of staff that just monitors that area.
So are you actually saying is 29 should be amended to include Thursday, Friday, Saturday and bank holidays?
Yes.
I think that's a bit harsh, actually. It's not a nightclub, it's a restaurant.
But they're saying they've got the 3 there, and you reduce your door supervisors to 2, as you suggested.
It's 4 people to manage what we hope will be 24 seated persons.
Just to be clear, this condition's already on the licence, okay? So you've already got to have your man patrolling. You were then offering 2 SIAs. Now, as I understand it, what Colin is now saying is you keep the SIAs to 2, but he wants to extend your patroller to Thursday and bank holidays.
Yes, we can do that. 3. So it will be 2 SIA and 1 patrolling member of staff.
Yeah.
On Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays and bank holidays.
Yeah. Okay, I got that now.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, that wasn't what I said. It was 3. You offered 3, Mr. Gummer and Mr. Rankin, yeah. What we then discussed was obviously whether or not 29 is still valid. I dithered, I apologise, I dithered over 29, but what I'm asking is that we do have 3 door supervisors, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and a bank holiday, and that there is, 29 is reworded slightly to say that there's no need for a high visibility jacket. Perhaps it's a member of staff on Thursday, Friday and Saturday, if the premises are in agreement
And
with that.
I would go back to my latest submission is please, it's not a nightclub, I agree. Could we have 2 SIA and 1 patrolling member of staff? Whether they have a high-vis jacket on or not is of no concern. But it will be Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays and bank holidays.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Nothing more from me. Thank you, Madam.
Now, we would like the applicants to ask their questions, please.
I just wanted to question the noise complaints. There's been a lot of talk that there was 33 complaints that have been made, and then after the residents' meeting on the 6th, no further were made apart from by our councillor, who was referred to quite derogatorily as our local councillor representing our rights. I think that was quite unfair. But at the residents' meeting, we were encouraged to contact directly James, and his number was provided. Would we agree that if residents are encouraged to directly contact the proprietor, that noise complaints would then reduce to the local council, and that is why there was a reduction of complaints between February and this date?
I can't really answer that as a question.
Well, I
it's
think
already
quite
been covered
self-explanatory.
in Councillor Simmons's suggestion that the residents continue to make complaints to the EHO.
There might be a log.
So
If
the
that
second
were
part
the
to
case,
that
there may be a
is-
log at the premises.
So the second part to that is that it was then said that it was logged, and that's already been happening. No log has been provided today of complaints to the Pelican directly, which is a massive omission on their part. Are we, as residents, expected to then chase up this log that may or may not be accurate?
Misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Okay. from the council's point of view, we do want residents
I understand that.
to log complaints with environmental health.
Yes.
But what you're saying is it's wrong for the premises licence holder to suggest there were no complaints after the February meeting,
Yes.
because you were specifically asked at that February meeting to liaise with you, so therefore you didn't then log complaints.
Yeah.
You didn't duplicate them with the council.
No.
Well, the committee can certainly take note of what you
Yes,
just said.
thank you very much. The second was that a lot of talk has been given to the supporters that are local residents. I know the answer to this, but are any of the residents directly facing the pub, including the person from All Saints House?
Yes.
Are they who?
No, not the resident of All Saints House. His bedroom faces onto the rear, but the other three do.
Thank you. I don't, from what I understand from my building, which is actually directly opposite the pub, my windows face the pub entirely, is that my neighbour on both sides and below, and the neighbours below, are not in favour of this. On the other side, on the other right angle, there's the park, so there is no facing neighbour, and next to that is Monique. So in actual fact, all the residents that are directly facing the pub are not in favour. They are not supportive of the way that it's been managed.
Do you have a question?
Do I have a question?
Yes, we're
Well,
questioning
the question was,
premises.
yes, it was answered. Were any of them directly facing the pub? Which was said yes, but I believe that's not the case.
And I understand, Ms. Akagbo, you have a question? You started to say
Sorry,
something.
I still have one more. I would just.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my comment was also reduced and taken out of context. It was ended at the point where my only complaint and problem was with the refuse collection, but it wasn't. It was extensive to that. There was two other points, which were the dispersal of crowds and the late licence, which we haven't talked about here. That in a residential area, finishing at 12:30 seems unprecedented actually in the area.
Do you have a question for?
I don't. I wanted to comment on these
We're not doing summing up.
licensing. So sorry. On back to 29 as well. Can I make a comment on?
Oh, okay.
Can I make a comment on 29?
Yes, you can clarify.
So the hours for the security are 8 to 12:30. But the premises close at 12:30, so people do not disperse at 12:30, and I've witnessed security then at 12:30 going back into the pub.
Security there are there until all members of staff have left and all the customers have departed
Yes, but
from the
what
area.
I'm saying is the security are not outside the premises monitoring it until all of them have dispersed. At 12:30 they often go inside with the staff because that's the hours that they're contracted to. So could we maybe extend the contracted hours to 15 minutes to half an hour after whatever the proposed closing time is?
Their contracted hours are, because they're on a, hourly, their contracted hours are, no, they do not leave until every member of staff and every, so, but absolutely, I can speak to them and make sure that they do not go inside, but it's not about when their contracted hours are. If they were inside when you had your complaint, absolutely, I'll have a word with the security
I'm just going
team.
by what's in the document, that it says up to 12:30 here. But like I said, at 12:45 last night, we had the security inside and customers outside in the street talking loudly.
And as soon as I get back to the Pelican, I will talk to security.
Thank you. And can I make one suggestion? That if a contracted supplier does not stick to your rules of when they deliver, maybe you should find a new contractor and discontinue using those and find one that will comply with your allotted time frame. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Akagbo, did you want to make a question?
Yes, I have a number of questions. I take particular issue with what Mr. Rankin was saying because a lot of the things that he has stated in here, as you can see from the video, are facts. And as you stated before, it's not speculation. And I made it very clear, based on my profession, you always need to provide evidence. So with that being said, many of the statements that he made very clear around the complaints, they were not actioned. And if they were actioned, they were not monitored. So making allegations of stuff that have provided clear evidence, which if the committee members take note of what he said, and if you want further evidence from February, as he stated, that the complaint stopped.
Did you have a question for
that
the
was one of the
premises
issues.
supervisor?
So one of the questions basically I have is, why is still staff being entering 39A and leaving out with their belongings, given the fact that you move your locker?
Some managers leave bags in there, as you say, because we have very limited back of house space. And so now that we've moved all of the lockers out, we do struggle with the like the larger stuff. So all lockers and all changing rooms have been moved out, as we're trying everything to reduce the amount that people are going in. Sometimes people leave bags in if they're worried about it, and they will go collect it.
So why didn't you make that clear in the document? You made it look as if that you have removed every single, and there's no one entering there, when I have video cameras of your staff leaving from there last night. And it's not even to say that maybe it was the chef. So if you are gonna make statements or allegations, it needs to be based on facts, because my evidence state otherwise. And I know you are aware that I have a camera by my window, because your staff looks directly at it in the video that we showed. Another question I have here is around the tables and chairs license that Mr. Rankin stated.
I'm so sorry, can we just respond to that last statement?
It's just that going back to the facts, we did say that we have removed the lockers from 39A, and that is what we have done. We can continue to talk about how we can improve it even further, but the lockers and the changing was moved from 39A. Yeah, that is what we did.
Together with the beer kegs.
Together with the beer kegs, and together with not having to go in to get any extra stock, and that's what we did.
When did you move the last beer cans?
The last beer kegs were removed months ago. I don't know the exact date. As I said, or as Mr. Rankin said, we did have those plastic sort of there for mobile bars that was delivered in error, and they were then taken away.
So you're saying that there's no evidence of any plastic or kegs being, or any pressurized canisters being placed there last week or 2 weeks ago?
Not of kegs to my knowledge, and if they were, I would, again, it would be in our venue management plan. We'll make absolutely sure that doesn't happen.
So if there's footage of it 2 weeks ago being there, what will you say? Because there is footage.
Of the kegs,
Yes.
I'd be very surprised.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question is, why did you provide a crowd dispersal document, given the fact that you don't want to abide or comply with it to a certain extent? You were stating that some of the conditions in there that you provided to us and the members of the committee, that it would be very difficult for you to abide by, and you were...
We've just been through this at some length. We're happy for an overarching condition that we are compliant with the terms
that
of
you
the
apply with
dispersal
every single condition, and not apply with it on Monday or Tuesday, but apply with it at all times.
I couldn't, I hope, be clearer than what I've already said.
It wasn't clear to me that you state that you would apply by the conditions at all times.
There was a discussion during the hearing, but they came back and they said, on reflection, they would comply with the management plan, as
Okay.
requested by Environmental Health and the Licensing Authority.
Thank you.
So they've changed their mind on that.
Thank you. Another thing I have is why in your statement you requested for tables and chairs license that you would have 24 and more. What do you mean by 24 and more? If the licensing teams grant you 24
What we mean
chairs.
is that there's an outside chance that the Royal Borough could grant us more than 24, but the 24 is the absolute minimum. If we're not granted 24, then we would be back to the 40 that you suggest?
My 40 suggests on any given time, it had nothing to do with tables and chairs. And what the solicitor stated, that there are two separate conditions. One would be based on the premises license, and one would be based on tables and chairs license. So if you read it properly, it said 40 at any given time. It didn't stipulate tables and chairs.
So,
I've got that.
So, sorry, can we just be clear? Because I have to write the conditions. I need to be clear what they are. So are you saying you're happy for 40 people to be outside in the external area at any one time?
Any one time, basically a stand-in, because the tables and chairs license is only for a period of 5 months. What happened to the rest of the year?
No, but you're saying in total. You're not saying... we all understand that you're not saying 40 plus 24.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
that's fine.
No,
Okay.
my understanding is it was either going to be 24 or 40.
Okay.
Not that you don't add the two together.
Right, good. So that's been clear, thank you.
Are we good?
No, one second. Your tables and chairs application, I don't think you were aware, but it was rejected. We did receive an email that your tables and chairs that you put in for this time was rejected, and as you can see within the review of the license, that I did request for it to be revoked in the time that we settle this issue.
We're
Yeah.
not
So it's that.
discussing the tables and chairs here. It's a separate issue.
Yeah, but I'm just addressing the
There's
idea
no
of what-
just. We're
Okay.
sticking to what you asked for. We're having a licensing hearing, whether or not to make suggestions or revoke their license. Pavement and chairs is a totally separate issue, and we're not discussing it here.
Okay. What I'm asking is, why is it such a problem for you to close at 11:30 instead of 12:30?
The real reason is because we are a restaurant, despite what you guys say. Primarily, we're a restaurant. It's the vast majority of our business. And if we close earlier, we would then not be able to do our later sittings of 9:30 of people coming in for dinner. That is the reason.
My husband is a chef and he works at a restaurant. Do any restaurants close at 12:30? Your kitchen closes at 10:30, and you're a gastropub. That is the only reason you are first of the kind in All Saints Road. So I'm a bit confused.
When I moved here, it was the Red Lemon, which was a gastropub. And the kitchen, actually we closed the kitchen at 10. But if someone, that's when you have to have your last orders in. But if someone's coming in for a table of 6 and they come in at 9:30, that's why. We can't say that everyone has to be out within 2 hours. That's not the sort of restaurant that we try and operate.
But that is your management problem. That is not, as I said, my husband is a chef as well. He has to manage a kitchen, and when they are closed at the time, it's based on management procedures, because then you get issues with your license. So,
But just to
thank you.
be clear, I mean, this is an asked question. If he's given his answer,
Yeah.
he said he wants a second sitting. So that's the answer the committee will listen to.
Did you provide any evidence regarding the logs from residents contacting you directly, as you stated? Did you have any evidence of that?
We haven't provided the log. We do have evidence of the times you've called me. Yeah.
Okay, so you are saying that, although you are saying that we have tried to contact you, given the fact that you stated that we should. So you are saying that, yeah, we have contacted you, but things haven't been the way it should.
I've had a phone call from you about the use of the office on a Saturday morning, I think it was, when you said about people coming in early, and I immediately spoke to the team about it.
Thank you.
And there was also a phone call earlier on in the week. I've got it in our management chat of when you called, and that's been logged as well.
Thank you, Mrs. Echo Babola. It's very helpful. Now, did you want to ask questions on behalf of Councillor Benton?
Yes.
Could you state your name and who
yes,
you are?
Sorry. My name's Joanna Whelan. I'm a resident of All Saints House.
Right.
And I just want to make a couple of comments on behalf of Councillor Benton.
Comments or questions?
With regard to the complaints that were made after February, it was said that his complaint...
I'm conscious of the fact it's questions at this time.
Questions. It's questions.
Sorry?
We're doing questions now. Otherwise, it's a summing up, and we don't do summing up here.
Oh, I see. Is it understood that Councillor Benton was relaying complaints made to him at that time by residents?
Not sure I understand that.
Yeah. It was said that he made a self-serving complaint, but he was actually relaying complaints made directly to him by residents.
I think the evidence that he gave was that this was in response to you, Madam Chair. How many complaints had there actually been? And he went, and in fact it was Councillor Simmons, I think, and that he'd gone round and spoken to about 10 people. I don't think he was saying that he had been proactively contacted by 10 residents who were complaining. He went and canvassed their views.
That actually, he said, I think, Councillor, you said how many people, or you asked actually, I can't remember who asked now, sorry, but someone asked how many people had contacted him, and he said both informally and formally, about 10 people. He didn't.
He took the informal contact to be precisely that he had.
But I didn't take from that he had been proactively canvassing. I don't think we can infer that.
There it is.
Anything else?
I actually have a question myself. Although it was said that this is not a discussion of the pavement licence, which is pending.
Yes.
We've looked at a plan which shows the smoking area, and we are familiar with the tables and chairs that were laid out last year on Tavistock Road. But in the pavement licence submission, there is request for tables and chairs on All Saints Road, which we're discussing the effects on Tavistock Road of the tables and chairs, but we're not discussing the potential effects on All Saints Road and how those tables and chairs would be placed.
I think the committee are well aware that the issue of this review is about customers being in the outside area, whether they're in Tavistock Road or All Saints Place. And the committee are also aware that there is no pavement licence at the moment. So it may be that this is the lull before the storm, because once the licence was granted, the situation could get worse. And it's the committee's job to make sure that the licensing objectives are not undermined, and they will certainly take that into account when they are making their determination.
So the outcome of the pavement licence is separate to the licence itself. Okay.
Just saying that if there is a license, if there's a pavement licence application in and you're opposed to it, you need to write to the Highway Authority and make sure you get your complaints in. It's not. We don't provide our evidence to the Highway Authority.
Right, because I made a submission to the team regarding the pavement licence application about the fact that there was no supporting diagram of the seating. But also when I looked at the pavement licence conditions.
We're not discussing the pavement license here.
I know we're not discussing
So
them,
let's
them
not
being
do it.
granted. What I wanted to ask was, the pavement licence, conditions of it control the thoroughfare and the outside area. So how can it be separate from the conditions of the licence?
That's a very good question that can be confusing. Basically, the pavement licence is created under a completely different regime where the focus is looking for pedestrian safety, although the pavement licences are granted under the Business and Planning Act, which do include consideration of nuisance calls to residents as well. So there is criteria that is set out in there, and the authority is able to attach its own conditions. Now, any operator who has a alcohol licence would have to comply with any conditions on the premises licence, but they would also have to comply with any conditions on a pavement licence. They have to do both.
Okay, so during the time that the pavement licence was in operation, they weren't conforming with the conditions of the pavement licence by allowing the road to become...
As the Chair has already said, unfortunately this committee's got no power to look into any infringements that may have been taken place regarding the pavement licence, but that's certainly a matter that you can put in your representation. You can say that they've had a licence and they didn't operate it very well, or that they didn't comply with XY condition, but it's not something that this authority
Sorry,
can take into
maybe
account.
I'm just not understanding this, but so if the pavement licence is refused, then are they still allowed to have people outside drinking?
At the moment, they have what's called an on and off licence. Okay. So they're entitled to have people drinking outside. There are limitations on the licence, but this committee is going to consider whether it is appropriate and proportionate to put any additional conditions on. So you'll find out what the limitations are on this licence, if any. I'm not here to prejudge what the committee would do once they issue their decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. You asked very good questions, and we have heard everything, and we do understand the confusion between the two different licenses. We get that. So, thank you anyway. Our legal officer, would you like to deal with any more points? No. Nope. Licensing officers, anything to add?
Nothing from me, Chair. Thank you.
Governance officers, anything to add? Nothing. Okay. Thank you. We have reached the end of the meeting. The committee now has all the information that we needed, and we will retire to make our decision. We will not announce the decision today, but the hearing is closed, and a summary determination will be sent to the parties within 5 working days. A full decision will follow as soon as possible thereafter. The time limit for appealing the decision will not commence until the full decision has been sent to the parties. Thank you all for your attendance.